That's what happens when you drink too much, brother. There's always tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. Drink some salt water, man. All right, y'all. How's everybody doing? I hope you all are doing amazing. Just amazing. Gotta hold this mic up while we're talking, but we're gonna make it work. We're definitely gonna make it work. Yeah, how you doing, Tara? Happy to see you. How's everybody doing? Long time no see. We're gonna have a good one. So, as y'all know, we're going live every single day of 2026. So make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on those notifications. And what's going on with the politics? What's happening here?
The SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred. SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement.
The Southern Poverty Law Center used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the
I look like a Jim Caviezel. I don't even know who that is. Thanks for joining in on the chat. John Dingle, happy to see you, buddy. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. I gotta see who this John Diesel is right here.
leadership of these very groups.
It is one of the country's most prominent civil rights organizations. Now the Southern Poverty Law Center facing an 11-count federal indictment, accused of funneling millions to the extremist groups that they claim to be fighting. It's very ironic for an organization which has labeled others as hate groups and put out a report criticizing Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk several months before he was killed. Last year, Fox News contributor and GW University law professor Jonathan Turley joins us now.
Doppelganger much? Do I look like this guy? All right. Not bad. I've been called worse. Thank you.
Jonathan, I was shocked to learn all of this. It's very strange. They oppose these groups, yet they're giving money to them. Why would they do that?
Yeah, Ainsley, you're absolutely right about that. The irony is also that it was the center that sought to seize assets from groups like the KKK. Now the U.S. government is trying to, through forfeiture, seize the assets of the center. And what the center is saying is that we did have confidential informants. They sound
confidential informants. Let's see. All right, so if you have confidential informants, that basically means like maybe we have informants, or they could just be making this up. Like, how honest are these people?
a lot like the FBI. They said, you know, we ran all of these confidential informants and they gave us evidence and we passed that evidence along to state and federal law enforcement. It's very rare to see a non-law enforcement organization conduct these types of clandestine operations. They're even accused of using some of these paid individuals to remove material from these headquarters.
Let the chat get started. As y'all know, we have the best chat in the world. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, and turn on those notifications. Going live every single day of 2026. Trying to find the truth and become a member if you want.
Things that I thought was striking about the indictment is that some of these extreme groups could conceivably sue the center for the removal of that type of material and for trespass.
Right. Yeah, we're showing examples. That first one, the 1 million to National Alliance affiliate neo-Nazi group. This is alleging that they paid $1 million to someone to break into their facilities and steal boxes of their documents. Another example is Charlottesville. The Southern Poverty Law Center.
Help me make that. What's going on? Help me make that sense. Make it make sense. For some reason, I don't understand this.
They're accused of secretly paying an informant with donor funds. Donors are paying for this, who helped plan the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. This informant, Jonathan, allegedly attended the rally, helped coordinate transportation for attendees, and was paid $270,000 between 2015 and 2023. So instead of dismantling it, they were helping to finance it. Here is the acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, on with Laura last night.
That this investigation was opened during the Biden administration and then mysteriously closed. I really don't have any information about why it was closed. And then we started again last year, the FBI did, working with the U.S. attorney in Alabama. And it's extraordinarily egregious. You just talked about it. But imagine a donor to the SPLC if they were told, by the way, we're going to give the money you're giving us to the Ku Klux Klan. Okay? Like, in some cases, over $1 million.
So why was the case mysteriously closed, Jonathan?
Yeah, Ainsley, I thought that was the most interesting part of the interview as well. You know, this center has been controversial for years, in addition to...
All right, thank you so much, Sonic Hugh. Didn't know that this actually happened. That's interesting. So, Poverty Center killed that woman in Charlottesville based on a federal indictment unsealed in April 2026. The Southern Poverty Law Center, SPLC, has been charged with fraud for a secret program, that paid informants, including one allegedly involving in planning the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, where Heather Heyer was killed. My goodness, may her soul rest in peace.
To criticizing Turning Point after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the center has also targeted groups like Focus on the Family because of their religious views and what they've said about LGBT values. So,
Lumen del Sol says this has been happening for ages. Why don't you think Dems have held office for so long? Nothing they've ever done even closely justifies so many terms in office, because the problems act like you're the solution. Very interesting, very interesting. Thank you for jumping in on the chat.
The group itself has sort of drifted from its original and legendary purpose in litigating against segregation and things of that kind. It has become a more blatantly political organization, in my view. So that termination by the Biden administration was not surprising in the political sense, but it is concerning. Now, having said that, this is going to be a challenge for the administration. There are significant constitutional issues here.
Corinna,
the center is...
They admitted they have a secret program? When did they admit that? That is wild. Thank you for jumping in on the chat.
Saying, look, we said we were going to attack these organizations. We did. We didn't go through our means that we were going to use, but donors knew that we were doing this by any means necessary. There's going to be serious free speech associational challenges that are raised. But as you note, Ansley, this is just an astonishing system that they've...
Platinum Playa jumped into the chat saying, if you watch Fox, you're just addicted to drama, period. My goodness, thank you for jumping in on the chat, Platinum. Which news channel would you recommend? And make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications, going live every day at 2026.
They created that looks like a mini FBI.
Yeah, it's such an inside job. It reminds me of that show that I watched where the girl was being bullied at school and online. And it turns out it was her mom the whole time. And you're just flabbergasted at the end. You're like, I wasn't expecting this. And who could do that to someone that they love? But many are wondering, is this to create havoc? Is this just to say Trump's administration is so out of control? There's this fight and there's that fight and there's so much hatred. They're being accused of hiding the payments from donors and from banks using shell accounts or fictitious entities with names like Fox Photography. But this is a statement from the acting CEO or the interim CEO. Taking on violent hate and extremist groups is among the most dangerous work there is. And we believe it is also among the most important work we do. The actions by the DOJ will not shake our resolve to fight for justice and ensure the promise of the civil rights movement becomes a reality for all. Jonathan, thank you. We'll see where this goes.
Right. Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and
Wild. So Fox is bringing a little bit of separation in the chat. My goodness. Yeah. Tara, stop dropping facts in the chat, please. My goodness. My. I missed y'all so much. Netanyahu in court? What in the... So what's going to happen with Double B? What do you guys think? Honestly?
I want to address the matter of the files.
And another question is, how strong is this? This is how much influence does he have? And are things going to go his way? That's what I'm curious about. Like, is this actually going to be a legitimate trial or not? What do you think, chat? What do you think?
Of Michael Shemesh regarding the Qatar Gate, perhaps this exposure.
Maybe condemn your advisors who made a judicial decision not to ask questions. Fine, but if you give it enough chance, in time it is written as fake.
What is the fake in the affair?
Everything. Go read what the judge said.
Yeah, he does have that little Trump tie action going on over there.
The Prime Minister, maybe.
What do you think, chat? Do we create a poll? Do you think Bibi's going to be free, or is he going to be charged? His smile, like here, he looks very confident. I don't know, like when he walks in, he was kind of worried a little bit, but right around here, he's just smiling.
Maybe condemn your advisors who made a judicial decision not to ask questions.
Right there, he's got a smile there. He's got a big smile. What do you guys think?
Fine, but if you give it enough chance, in time it is written as fake.
What is the fake?
Curtis Hines, farther your divine protection, O Lord, or further your divine protection, O Lord. What a nice chat. Thank you so much, buddy, for sending that in there. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every day at 2026. Trump and Tucker in a little dispute.
Politics in America on any regular basis, you've probably heard someone ask, or you yourself have had the question, when are they going to say enough's enough? Well, when? Now, this week. Trump's MAGA base is splintering in a more high-profile way than we've seen this term. You take Tucker Carlson, who, as I emphasize, is not just another conservative who kind of zigs and zags on different issues. This is someone who broke tradition and the journalistic rules of his former employers to go out and campaign for Trump at the convention, at MSG. That's something you didn't even see most other Fox hosts do. So he went that far only to take it all back this week and apologize for even helping get us in this situation at all, for getting Trump elected.
We're implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. You and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now. I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our own consciences.
He seems very uneasy. Very, very uneasy. Yo, how you doing, Travis? Happy to see you, buddy. Yeah, Barry says nothing's going to happen to Double B. I think so. But Tucker definitely does seem... It seems realistic, too. It doesn't seem like he's putting on a show. What do you think, chat?
We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say.
But Tucker did it under like he wanted it. He wanted the best to happen. That's for sure.
He's sorry. He's tormented. This is something to wrestle with as a matter of your conscience. This sounds like you committed a sin. You did something terrible. And I emphasize that because there's plenty of times in politics where you say, oh, you picked this policy, it didn't work out. You picked this person early on, and over time, they didn't deliver. There are failed political careers in both parties. Their votes people might reflect upon differently. He's talking about it at a moral level, which tells you either he thinks it's that bad or he knows his audience thinks it's that bad. Either way, it's bad. Now, that's kind of the money clip when you talk about this in the, what goes viral these days or what clip you keep seeing on MS Now across our different shows. That was like it. That's the money clip. There's more, because if you peel back the layers, Carlson has gone up against some Trump policies.
What do you think, Platinum Player? Can we watch MS Now, or is it's off limits? What do you think? Make sure you all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Become a member if you want.
In recent weeks, the war, which is, of course, a huge issue for him and his audience, and what he calls a betrayal.
Now we're in a weird moment, an even stranger moment, where a lot of people who really like Trump are very disappointed in Trump. In fact, more than disappointed, feel betrayed or enraged, feel like suckers, feel like they've been taken for a ride. How could I possibly have supported that given what it became?
This is why we're not just dealing in theories. Tucker Carlson refers to a lot of people who like Trump feeling betrayed. So either he has the evidence to back that up. I showed you a third of Republicans turning on Trump. Or he has that idea in his head, and that's part of what he says out loud has led him away from Trump. So this is bigger than Tucker. That's bad for the White House. Tucker also knew better. A fact check that's important, even if people want to welcome folks who join the No Kings movement or whatever you want to call what Tucker's going to become. We don't ignore the facts around here. Because of a lawsuit, private text messages, which I mentioned to you, show how Carlson said he hated Trump passionately, and that because of Trump's demise then, he was excited that, quote, we are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait. That was around the insurrection period in 2021. A few years later, Tucker was campaigning for the man that he passionately hated and wanted to condemn to the dustbin of cable news history. The Times reported how they were chuckling together at that RNC that I mentioned, that Carlson said Trump is the funniest person I've ever met in my life. He's a wonderful person. I know him well. Now, Carlson is also, in addition to saying his audience and Trump fans are upset now, he also says there was a kind of epiphany because the Iran policy is what changed everything. Others, however, don't buy it.
I don't believe him. He's not getting a bear hug from me. I don't think, the world's on fire, and you can't just say, oopsies.
Is he now claiming he had no idea that Donald Trump held the position that he would never permit Iran to have nuclear weapons? If that's what he's saying today, he's kind of a moron.
That's big. Tucker Carlson apologizing for helping Trump get elected. I believe they call that liar's remorse. It's
liar's remorse. Do you guys give Jimmy Kimmel a W in the chat for this one?
Liar's remorse, buyer's remorse, situational ethics based on what your own podcast fans want to hear. There are other accounts that this is just too little too late. To see Carlson break with Trump, Rolling Stone notes, as anything other than a calculated beacon for his next political life raft would be to engage in the kind of blindness Carlson would like us all to believe.
We got one W. We got one L. Mr. Darcy dropping the L. Lena Long dropping the W. Thank you for your chat. Lena saying he is not uneasy. He's a shape-shifting liar. Look at the evidence that came out about what he truly thought about him in the Dominion of voting machine case. He's a snake, just shedding his latest skin. Ooh. We've got a poet in the chat, everybody. Lena is in the chat. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every day at 2026. Become a member if you want.
He was afflicted with by chance. Remember, we have...
Tara dropping it. Kimmel is a dink. Never heard of a dink. What is a dink?
Have the text from 2021. We know that in his private moments, Tucker said, A, he hated Trump passionately, and B, he couldn't wait to move past him. Maybe he's been waiting on this moment for the ensuing 5 years in between, another time to look past him. Whatever it is bigger than Tucker. It is the connective tissue between the now third of all identified Republicans.
TDS channel. Come on, Bill Desmet. Good to see you again, buddy. We're just trying to find the truth over here. I think we would be considered centrists.
Republicans who oppose Trump and the energy and economic crisis that has curdled the rest of the thinking, observing American electorate against this economy.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said in the earlier segment, I think we're looking at really kind of an epical break in the MAGA movement between people like Tucker Carlson.
All right, so allegedly, DINK is an acronym for double income, no kids, referring to a household with two working partners and no children, often associated with higher disposable income. It is also used as a verb noun in sports for a soft, controlled shot, like in pickleball, like a dink, or in some contexts as a slang term for a fool. So he could be considered a fool or a double income, no kids. Thank you so much for the chat, Tara. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications.
Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, other figures, and Trump and sort of more mainline establishment MAGA people like maybe Mark Levin on Fox News or Ben Shapiro. There's been a lot of bad feelings in MAGA.
Thank you, Mr. Darcy.
Going back to Trump's attempt to close the Jeffrey Epstein case after the Charlie Kirk assassination, there were sort of more rifts that opened. But I think it's really blown wide open here with the Iran war, where people like Tucker Carlson, purely now that the war hasn't been wrapped up, I mean, they're looking around and they're saying, not only maybe this isn't what I wanted, but also just in practical terms, they're realizing they kind of need to ditch Trump and get ready for the next thing.
Yeah. And what does that look like for someone like Tucker? On the one hand, he's got decades in public life. There was a pre-Trump Tucker. On the other hand, he did
Terry, how you doing, buddy?
Hitch pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, look, on one hand, we're at a point where Tucker is now implying that Trump might be the Antichrist. He's saying he might want to be bigger than a god. He might want to destroy religion. So that's how bad it's gotten.
That's wild. I haven't heard that, Trump being the Antichrist. Have you guys heard that?
J.D. Vance is obviously relatively tied to the war as well. Tucker was very close with J.D. Vance. Maybe Tucker will run for president himself. But as you said, he has to sort of craft this new, what comes after MAGA. And I think we're seeing more and more people try to prepare themselves for it. And it looks like it's not going to be whatever Trump wants it to be.
Which again speaks to his slipping grip. He makes a lot of noise about a lot of things. A lot of damage has been done, and we've documented it, so we're not minimizing it. But this idea that Donald Trump can decide who the next nominee is.
All right, we got Mr. Darcy 44 saying, I like Fink better. So F-I-N-K. A Fink is a North American slang term for an informer, snitch, or strike breaker, often referring to a contemptible or unpleasant person. As a verb, it means to inform on someone, fink on, or to fail to support a group, often fink out. Yeah, so maybe fink out or a fink might be more accurate for this description of Tucker Carlson given the current situation.
Or he wants a third term, or indict 30 people and get them jailed. None of them have been jailed. So there's a lot of gap there, and the power that he has domestically seems to be ebbing politically, even as, of course, he can start wars. We all see that. Here was Charlemagne, who's been a pretty independent-minded political figure, discussing the impact.
He's going to stick to Republicans. He's going to stick to MAGA. Okay, if MAGA is still the dominant force in the Republican Party, just because he's soured on Trump doesn't mean he's jumped off the MAGA train. So Democrats, y'all got what you need, okay? Tucker said he was wrong. Tucker said he misled the people. Y'all should be clipping that up and getting it ready for attack ads in all the upcoming elections, because anyone Tucker endorses that's in opposition to your party, you can just put that clip in campaign ads and say, are you really going to listen to someone who got it so wrong? Okay.
How you doing, Cap Wins? Good to see you, buddy.
Well,
I think there's something to that. I mean, look, I think the MAGA movement, in part led by Tucker and other figures, is really fractured right now. I think there's kind of a hardcore Fox News watching base that is going to go with Trump for whatever he wants. As with 32, 33.
RW says, are happy conservatives welcome here? Come on. Everybody's welcome here. We're just trying to find the truth. Develop the best community over here, so make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications.
3% of people in the country. But I think, younger people, they're disillusioned, even a lot of young people on the right. And they're
Yeah, exactly. Whatever Barry just said.
kind of looking at Trump as someone who doesn't represent them. And, it can't help that you have figures like Tucker saying whether it's Trump's the Antichrist or...
Oh my gosh, Cap Wins jumping in on the chat, saying Trump is going to pardon Ghislaine, maybe not tomorrow, but at some point. Calling it now. What a great statement. What do you think, chat? We got to run a new poll.
People like Candace Owens saying he's in hoc to Israel. He's taking fire from a lot of different places. I mean, look, even Megyn Kelly, who I think is very much a mercenary figure, is getting off the Trump train.
Getting off that Trump chain. My goodness. What happened here?
All right, what's up, man?
I got two questions.
Yes.
So one, how can you be a Christian, a follower of Christ, and not believe that Israel's the righteous ancestral homeland of the Jews? And also...
Wait, what?
How can you be... I know, it's too much for you to like...
I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
Then how is Israel not the ancestral homeland of the Jews? And also, how does America being allies with the PA benefit us more than being allies with Israel?
When you say PA, you mean Palestine, or?
Yeah, the Palestine or the Palestinian Authority or Iran or...
Well, my thing is this. I am anti-war, and I don't think we should be interventionists, and I think that us supporting Israel and giving them all the money that we do creates a lot of problems for us geopolitically and creates a whole bunch of issues.
Well, it's Islamic regimes that have been keeping us in the Middle East, in Middle Eastern wars for the past 50 plus years.
Who's been keeping us in the wars?
Iran, Iraq, I mean...
All right, we got 70-30 for the first one. 70% saying no, Donald Trump did not betray us. 30% saying yes.
In Al-Qaeda...
Really?
Yeah.
You know who's been keeping us in the Middle East?
With Islamic regime by attacking American bases.
Israel's been keeping us in the Middle East. Well, do you know why we went to war in Iraq?
Because of 9/11.
No, we went to war in Iraq because...
What happened on 9/11? Tell me.
Oh, well, that's we got time for this one? Yeah.
Well, back it up with a bunch of bullshit. There you go. Go ahead.
You ask me the question and then you're like, okay.
I got all the day in the world.
So here's the reality, my friend. 9/11, right? And I'm going to just summarize this quickly. I'm not going to deny the fact that we were attacked by Al-Qaeda, an extremist group.
Then we have 67% saying no, I do not feel like Donald Trump betrayed me, while 33% said yes. So just to give you an accurate number of what people are feeling these days, make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications, going live every single day of 2026.
And also, the United States knew what was going on, but the part that everyone tends to forget is about how Israel was involved as well and had foreknowledge that we're going to be attacked on that day. And the reason why is because Israel stands to gain great benefit from wars in the Middle East because they want to destabilize all their neighbors so they can go ahead and push the... That's false? Okay, the Greater Israel Project?
Then tell me why... Then tell me the whole basis on the whole basis... why Israel was founded was to keep the Jewish people safe. Nothing to do with destabilize the Middle East. Most Israelis, they want to live their lives as is. And you're just out here like spreading the lie that they were putting in place to destabilize the Middle East. Because nothing what you said has been backed up by
Israel started wars with all of their enemies.
Credible historical scholar in history.
Okay, so again,
what you said has been backed up.
Dude, you thought that you literally just said we went to war in Iraq because of 9/11. No, we went to war in Iraq because of Israel. Because Benjamin Netanyahu literally went over and said, he came over to the United States and said, if we go ahead and we get rid of Saddam, because he has weapons.
The Red Sea is on fire. Yemen's Houthi forces have unleashed a brutal wave of missile and drone attacks, targeting U.S. warships and Israel, escalating the crisis into a full-fledged warlike situation.
Wow, look at that jet.
In a chilling new escalation,
where is this? Terror in Israel. Air raid sirens echo over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. My goodness. Oh my.
It launched from Yemen before it could reach Israeli airspace. Explosions rocked the night sky over Jerusalem, likely the sound of Israeli interceptor missiles destroying the incoming threat. There were no immediate claims from the Houthis, but the attack follows their earlier strike on Israel's Ben Gurion airport, using a Palestine II hypersonic ballistic missile.
We were promised no forever wars. That's 100% accurate.
Major escalation beyond the Red Sea. Houthi officials previously vowed to retaliate for Israel's offensive in Gaza, raising fears that more long-range missile attacks could follow.
In support and defense of the oppressed Palestinian
looks like downtown Detroit.
people, and in response to the massacres committed by the criminal Zionist enemy against our brothers in the Gaza Strip, the missile force of the Yemeni armed forces carried out a special military operation targeting Ben Gurion Airport in the occupied city of Jaffa with a Palestine II hypersonic ballistic missile. By the grace of Allah, this operation successfully achieved its objective.
But the Israelis aren't the only target. The Houthis have now set their sights on the U.S. Navy's most...
How you doing, Nick J1Y? What do you mean by maggots? Please explain yourself. Happy to have you in the chat. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every day of 2026.
Explosions lit up the dark waters as the U.S. rushed to intercept the incoming onslaught. The Houthis call it revenge for the latest American airstrikes on Yemen. In another devastating blow, the Houthis downed an American MQ-9 Reaper drone over Damar Governorate, marking the 16th U.S. drone destroyed, with total losses now exceeding $900 million.
We got two signal man saying Trump is a puppet for Israel. Anyone agree with that in the chat?
For the fifth consecutive day, our armed forces continue with the help of Allah to actively and responsibly confront the American aggression against Yemen, the land of faith and wisdom, which has targeted civilian facilities and sites in the capital, Sana'a, and several other provinces in the past hours.
With tensions boiling over, President Donald Trump delivered a furious warning to Iran, accusing it of arming the Houthis and fueling the war. Iran must stop the sending of these supplies immediately. Let the Houthis fight it out themselves. Either way, they lose, but this way, they lose quickly, Trump declared. Trump vowed to annihilate the Houthis, warning that U.S. firepower would crush them if the attacks continued. And Washington didn't wait. The United States retaliated with a punishing counterattack, launching Tomahawk land attack missiles, T-LAMs, from the USS Stout, a DDG-55 destroyer. Fireballs erupted over Houthi-controlled regions as FA-18 fighter jets ripped through the skies, pounding enemy positions in western Yemen. The U.S. strikes are part of Operation Poseidon Archer, a campaign to eliminate Houthi threats to Red Sea shipping lanes and cripple
Arshad Mahmoud agrees.
Their military power.
Regarding Iran, I can't speak to their reasoning on most anything, obviously. But
what's going on, Nick? I didn't get an answer from you, buddy. We're waiting for your answer.
It's President Trump has an approach that he's committed to because he wants a result, and we are seeing some of those results now, and we will continue to see more. Certainly, the Houthis are seeing the results of what we are committed to do to make sure that things change in this planet, and I have no doubt Iran has noticed that.
For weeks, the Houthis have hunted commercial vessels and military targets, forcing Washington to respond with overwhelming force. And now, another war front is reigniting. Israel has resumed its military operations in Gaza, ending a brief ceasefire. Israeli fighter jets are pounding Hamas targets, with Tel Aviv calling the renewed offensive a necessary move for national security. With the Houthis targeting Israel and clashing with US forces, and Trump issuing direct threats to Iran, the Middle East is now staring at the brink of...
Martinez Witnessado says Muslims worship Satan. I did not know that. Is that accurate, or is that just a statement? A little bit of rage baiting happened over here.
In a chilling new escalation, air raid sirens blared across Tel Aviv.
All right, y'all. You ready? You ready for that? Ghislaine Maxwell poll. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
Weapons of mass destruction that'll have positive reverberations all across the Middle East. And what did we do? We went to war over there. 1 million people died. We got nothing to gain from it. We destabilized Iraq. And to this day, there's still problems there and instability all over the place. Everything that we do in the Middle East is because of Israel and because of the powerful lobby that they have in Washington, D.C., where they run this country. So if you don't even understand that, then, dude,
I don't disagree with that the Iraq war went wrong. But, I mean, it's
but you got to ask, why did we go there? Why did we go there?
We got 59% saying yes for Trump will pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. It's about 60%. A little over a half on the first chat. Let's see what happens on the second chat.
We went there for Israel. We went there for Israel.
No,
and that's a problem.
We went there for our own dignity because we were attacked. That's why.
Do you know that Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11? Did you know that Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein were enemies? Did you know that when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait,
same enemy.
Hold on, no, because you don't even know your history, bro. You don't even know your history.
So you don't, dude.
The reality is, Saddam
Hussein
and Osama bin Laden were enemies. When Saddam,
we have 67%, almost 70% saying yes, Trump will pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. Well done. Was that Terry who dropped that question? Thank you so much, man. That's wild. That's just a good thing to think about, you know. What's actually going to happen? My goodness. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every day at 2026. And if you're feeling a little fancy, you can become a member. I love it. I love you. I need you.
Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait to go ahead and try to get the oil or get them to lower the prices so that he wouldn't have to compete or whatever the fuck it may be. What ended up happening was Osama offered the Mujahideen, because they had just beat the Russians in the 80s in Afghanistan, he offered the Mujahideen and said, hey, Saudi Arabian royal family, I will fight Saddam on your behalf. And then he was livid because the Saudi royal family said, oh no, we have the Americans. They'll go ahead and defend us. He's like, wait, why do we have Americans, infidels, defending Arab land? This is against the Quran. This is haram. And they were like, nah, get out of here, Saddam. And they fucking sent him to Sudan and ostracized him. And then guess what? Al-Qaeda ended up getting created. So Osama actually hated Saddam and he wanted to fight him. But what did everybody say? Oh yeah, they worked together, whatever. Weapons of mass destruction.
Same enemy.
Or the anthrax push. It was all a fucking lie. It was all a lie.
Do you actually think that, like,
this guy's getting demolished by Myron? My goodness. So allegedly, POTUS, Mr. Donald Trump, sets a new deadline for Iran.
I do want to bring in Fleur Hassan Ahum. She is Israel's special envoy for trade and innovation. Joining us live here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for taking the time this morning. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Christine.
I want to start with President Trump extending the ceasefire indefinitely. What does that actually signal? Is that a genuine effort to de-escalate or a pause to regroup?
Well, I actually think it's very strategic, because what President Trump has managed to do, and people don't give him enough credit, is he's flipped the dynamic in the past.
Aaron Waits has joined the chat saying she is kicking it with Palm Beach Pete.
with other presidents and other governments and other world leaders, Iran always had time on their side. They kept pushing things, they kept lying, they kept negotiating, they kept getting to the edge until they would negotiate again. And what President Trump has done is flipped the script so that now time is not on their side because of the blockade of the Straits of Hormuz, which is their main way of bringing in any type of resources, any type of money. Their only economy is an energy export economy. That is what funds.
We got One Love jumping in on the chat saying every Israeli citizen has free housing, schools, free healthcare, life insurance through the state, as well as transportation. Plus, their quality of life is 10 times better. They also live longer. Thank you for jumping in on the chat. Make sure you all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Become a member if you want.
Their terrorism. That is what funds their terrorist infrastructure. And what President Trump has done is basically blocked their only way of having an income. And so it's okay that President Trump wants to extend the ceasefire, because the ceasefire right now and the blockade is only working against them.
I also wanted to ask you this. If the U.S. is extending this ceasefire, why suspend Vice President J.D. Vance's trip to Pakistan? Does that suggest diplomacy might be stalling there behind the scenes?
Well, the Iranian regime didn't confirm that they were going to be going to Islamabad. So why would the vice president show up when there's a risk, or there was actually a statement that they weren't showing up? That would be terrible. So ultimately, what's really happening is incredible. Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, is still up a very tall tree, and they don't realize that they don't have a lot of cards left. And like I said, time.
Takis guy says, thoughts on redistricting in Virginia. What do you mean? I don't understand that. Thank you for jumping in on the chat. Nick says, MAGAs are 100% terrorists. What are MAGAs? Is that a country?
Is not on their side. And so President Trump.
Gas. Oh, like mama, I need gas. I need some gas money. Those people are terrorists.
Can keep extending the ceasefire as long as he keeps the blockade. The Islamic Republic is really losing any leverage for any future negotiations.
Now, also of note here, Iran acknowledged the extension but stopped short of committing to talks. How should we interpret Tehran's hesitation right now? I know we've touched on this a little bit here, but just diving a little bit deeper for our viewers.
Sure. Well, you know, what everybody's saying, what everybody's reporting is that nobody knows who exactly is in charge, or at least that the leadership there is split, that you have the IRGC, which is the military commanders, and most of them were eliminated by America and Israel. But whoever's left, they're the hardliners. And then you have some of the political leadership that is trying to find a way to keep the negotiations alive, because they understand the position that the Islamic Republic is in. The hardliners, we don't know what's going on with them. We don't even know if Mujtaba Khamenei, who's supposedly the supreme leader, we don't even know if he's alive. In the last 24 hours, there were reports that he's dead, but they're trying to keep it quiet because that, again, brings down their leverage for the negotiations. So ultimately, what we see, whatever way you want to look at this, is a weakening of the leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran. A split, a divide is also essentially a weakening. And if it is that the hardliners are in charge and they're still up this very tall tree, they're only going to end up being cut down from that tree by President Trump and this current strategy.
And continuing to talk about these talks, taking a live look there out of Pakistan this morning. So Pakistan set to host those negotiations. How significant is it that Iran hasn't agreed to show up in Islamabad?
Well, I don't think it's a surprise to anyone. I think, Pakistan is really trying to remain relevant, trying to remain an honest broker. I'm not, my personal opinion is they're not that honest. They have their own.
They're not that honest. Yeah.
Jihadi issues there. They have their own extremists, mixed history on how they dealt with those extremists. But if nobody's showing up, then really, what is their value as mediators at this point? It may change. We'll have to see.
And we've been talking about those attacks we've been seeing in the Strait of Hormuz. Once again, here's that live simulation of that map this morning. Seeing those attacks on commercial vessels there, how much does that undermine the credibility of this ceasefire?
Well, from my understanding, the American fleet there is making sure that no Iranian Islamic Republic of Iran ships are getting through. You know, they've got an entire shadow fleet because this is sanctioned oil. And so the Americans are doing...
Thank you, Takis Guy. We're going to check that out right after this. I appreciate it.
The job of maintaining the blockade, which strategically is the way to bring down the Islamic Republic to their knees for either future negotiation or hopefully for their fall. Because ultimately, I really don't believe you can make a deal with the devil. It's, it's like if after the Second World War, you started negotiating with the Nazis to see what they were going to keep. It's impossible. I pray for the people of Iran and for the peace of our region that this very poisonous regime that has been feeding terrorism, that has been feeding Islamic fundamentalism, not just in their country, in the region and around the world, that has caused so much death, so many deaths of Americans, of Israelis, and of people all around the world. We pray here that they fall, and I believe that this is the right and very smart strategy that President Trump is doing.
And I wanted to share here with you this post. This is just coming in from Axios, and I just wanted to read it for our viewers. It says, President Trump is giving Iran's warring factions a short window to unify behind a coherent counteroffer, or the ceasefire he extended Tuesday ends. 3 U.S. officials sharing that, saying President Trump is willing to give another 3 to 5 days of ceasefire to allow the Iranians to get their expletive together. That's one U.S. source speaking on the matter. It's not going to be open.
What are you guys' thoughts on POTUS Donald Trump using expletives? I'm a little conflicted there. You know, he's representing the United States, and I think that passion could definitely get a hold of him. But is that actually the correct thing to do? What do you guys think, Chet? Because obviously he's not known to be a politically correct politician by any means, but does it lessen the value of his words, or does it strengthen it? What do you think, Chet?
Open-ended. What are your thoughts in response to that post here that is just coming in from Axios?
Anthony jumping in on the chat. Get the job done. Forget the language. Bitey Fight Cat. Can't say that one, but all right. Barry says he needs to turn it up. Take all the filters off. Just let it fly. When dealing with terrorists, you do what it takes to get the respect that's deserved. The K-Seals one says it. There you go. Yeah, see, that's a great perspective to have for sure. Yeah. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications, going live every single day of 2026, and become a member if you want.
Well, I believe that, President Trump has always given the opportunity for negotiations, but he has also, when he's realized that they're not serious about negotiation.
Jeffrey says, let him cook.
This has happened, it happened last year in June, and it happened earlier this year. When he realizes they're playing for time or they're playing around with him, then he is ready to go back to action.
There you go. Takis guy bringing a good point in, saying conflicted for sure, 50-50 on effectiveness. The Iranians might respond better to harder threats. Absolutely.
And so is the Israeli military.
Now, going back to what we were previously speaking on in the Strait of Hormuz, I quickly wanted to follow up on that. The U.S. boarding of tankers tied to Iranian oil, could that be viewed as enforcing?
Barry calling me dumb. Wouldn't it be the first time?
Sanctions, or does it risk being seen as violating the ceasefire itself?
Well, at the moment, the ceasefire, the maintaining of the ceasefire is in the interests of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I'm not sure that it's in their interest for America and Israel to go back to active conflict. And so what President Trump is doing is what he said he would do, which is maintaining and enforcing that blockade.
Geraint Thomas says, Takis, what the Iranian regime has learned is that the U.S. and Israeli regimes cannot be trusted to honor any agreements. Man, how that stings, especially after that ceasefire. Goodness gracious. Barry saying, I'm not calling you dumb. I'm calling people that get offended by words dumb. Thanks, brother. Thanks.
That blockade is crucial because if they can't get their oil tankers out, they can't export oil, they don't have resources to keep fighting. They don't have resources to keep the terrorism and the terror on their own people. If they stop paying their guards, their Islamic Revolutionary Guards, if they stop paying their army and their besieged forces, then this is the beginning of the end of this terribly toxic regime.
One of my last questions for you, with these ships being attacked, seized, intercepted, as we've been talking about, how close are we to wider escalation in the Gulf? Could that also pull in other global powers?
Well, we know that over 12 countries were attacked during this war, including the Saudis, including the Emiratis, the Bahrain. They've really gone for everyone.
This is interesting. I just looked up the last name of this. Okay, Israeli. Never mind. Okay, so she's an Israel special envoy. Okay.
And so I think that I believe there's consensus in this region that we have to deal with this now. If we don't deal with this now, all we're doing is kicking down the can for the future generations in the region, but also all around the world. And so I believe that President Trump has put together.
So an Israel special envoy is a high-level diplomatic representative appointed to address specific urgent foreign policy issues, primarily focusing on combating anti-Semitism, delegitimization of Israel, and advancing regional normalization. These envoys, such as Michael Kotler-Wunsch or former envoy Noah Tishby, work internationally to fight anti-Zionism, build coalitions, and shape public opinion. I'm not taking sides. I'm just trying to give you guys the truth over here, And so that's where she's coming from. She's an Israeli special envoy. And might I add, she's very well-spoken.
An incredible coalition. Everybody's working in their own way. We may not be seeing Saudi troops on the ground, but the Saudis are very much behind the enforcing of this blockade. They're finding, in fact, alternative routes to take away the strategic value of the Straits of
Jose Costa saying Iran sees 2 of 3 ships. My goodness.
Of Hormuz. Other countries are also looking for different strategic routes. And so all this is doing is weakening the Islamic Republic of Iran, that terrible regime. That's what this is all doing.
Fleur, is there anything else you want to add about this? I know we've touched on a lot, and as always, this is just a very fluid developing situation every single morning here. We've talked about the Strait of Hormuz, what we've been seeing there. We've talked about these talks. Anything else that you'd like to add that you think I might have missed?
Well, no, I think we've covered a lot of ground, but today I want to add that is Israel's Independence Day. It's 78 years of our state of Israel, modern state of Israel. And we celebrate, and as we also memorialize the people who've paid the ultimate price for us to have a free country here. And we pray for that freedom for the rest of the region and the rest of the world.
All right, Fleur Hassan Nahum, thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. We truly appreciate it.
I don't know what to say about that, chat. What do you think? What do you think about that one? Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Aaron waits. I don't know, bro. I have no idea. Terry, I can't say that, bro, but yeah, Takis, for sure. It must be nice to be well-spoken. Sometimes it's hard to express yourself once in a while. Speaking about Takis, what's going on with Trump calling Virginia the redistricting election rigged? All right, girl. Is this a fashion show or what's going on? She's well dressed.
For being with us here on Live Now from Fox, I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our top stories that we're following. And one of the biggest news stories that came to us yesterday was one of those.
Were they looking bad?
Special elections that was being held in Virginia, and we now have an outcome that could impact the balance of power. Taking a look at your screen there, that's currently what things look like in Washington, D.C. But what we've learned is that this redistricting referendum that could now allow...
There he is, POTUS. What a man. What a man.
Democrats to flip up to 4 House seats has now passed in Virginia, marking a victory for the party in this ongoing nationwide battle to gain an electoral edge ahead of the fall midterm elections. I do want to put this up on your screen. This is there from...
So what happens? What is the importance of this? I've been at NAB in Vegas for the last 3 days, so I haven't been keeping up with all this stuff. What happens if the Democrats take this?
Virginia's Governor Abigail Spanberger saying this, that Virginia voters have spoken, and tonight they push back against a president who claims he is, quote, entitled to more Republican seats in Congress. As we watch other states go along with these demands without voter input, Virginians refuse to let that stand. We responded the right way, at the ballot box. And so this ballot measures passage with 51% from more than 3 million voters. Virginia's constitution will now be amended to temporarily grant the state's General Assembly, currently controlled by Democrats, the authority to redraw its congressional maps. And to talk a little bit more about what that ultimately means and how that could not only impact Virginians, but folks all over the United States, I now want to bring into the conversation political analyst Kyle Kondik. Kyle, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
Well, this has been a conversation and a story that's really spanned several months. We saw this same conversation happen down in...
Okay, so this is drama. Takis says opens a potential to hand majority to Democrats, and they could impeach the POTUS. Thank you for jumping in on the chat, Nivlak. My goodness.
Texas last year. Prop 50 was passed in California. Now Virginia is...
And would that be a good thing? Like, given the current circumstance, it seems like there's so many plates spinning.
Responding to some of these claims about redistricting, this vote that passed yesterday. What does this ultimately mean for the state and those congressional maps as they stand?
Yeah, so Virginia's current congressional map, or I guess rather outgoing congressional map, is 6-5 Democratic. The Democrats could have probably picked up maybe 1 or even 2 seats under the outgoing map. Now this new map allows them to pick up probably 4 in the context of 2026, to go from 6-5 Democratic to 10-1 Democratic. You know, Virginia is a Democratic-leaning state. Certainly this is a favorable Democratic gerrymander. I don't think that, you know, the legislative leaders in Virginia were not shy about talking about this as a 10-1 map and an aggressive gerrymander. They saw it as necessary to fight back against Republican gerrymandering efforts elsewhere. And so, you know, it is possible that the Supreme Court of Virginia could step in. There's some ongoing litigation about.
We got Nivlak jumping in the chat saying, yes, holding criminal officials accountable is a good thing. Yeah, absolutely. How else are you going to find justice? Definitely. Well done. Thank you for jumping on the chat. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every day of 2026. Become a member if you want, so you can get some awesome messages like that from Nivlak.
About whether Democrats followed the proper process in presenting this to the voters. So it's possible they could unwind this, although, you know, it would be maybe a little unusual for them to weigh in after the fact, after the voters already approved it. Narrow as it may have been, it looks like the final margin is going to be something like 3 to 4 points when all the votes are counted.
Absolutely. And so we know that this conversation, as you mentioned, has been happening for some time as we're talking about what's to come. I also want to point out the fact that under this measure, the state's General Assembly will retain the power to redraw those lines until October 31st, 2030. That's at which the point it will return to Virginia's nonpartisan redistricting commission. Kyle, can you explain the difference between what we're seeing here with these new maps now being able to be redrawn under this current, again, not permanent, but just temporary basis? How was this able to be worked out?
Barry, I did not get that lens. No way, bro. They emailed me and they wanted me to cover that lens, so I just covered it. And then they're acting like, why are you here? I'm like, well, you guys emailed me. You wanted me to cover this lens, bro. Yeah, so we covered a Canon lens that costs $80,000. It's a 40 to 1200 millimeter lens, T5 to T8, I believe, and was originally created for like bird photography and then helicopter photography and other things. But yeah, that's a massive lens from Canon. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna get that lens. If they want me to test it, I'll test it, but outside of that, I have no use for that, broski.
Yeah, I mean, California and Virginia did this as a way to essentially get around the nonpartisan redistricting commissions that exist in both states, and so they did these constitutional amendments in such a way that they would essentially last for the rest of the decade. 2030 comes along, you have a new decennial census that comes out, and so all the states will be redrawing their maps for 2032, and sort of part of the regular redistricting process. And it also leads to some questions about whether Republicans will end up having this big windfall of seats starting in 2032 as this kind of these temporary pro-democratic maps in Virginia and California expire. Would California and Virginia elect to try to go back to the voters to try to retain this gerrymandering power? That's a story for another day, another year. But the situation for now is that Democrats have been able to keep pace with or even exceed Republican gerrymandering efforts elsewhere through these victories in California and Virginia.
I want to ask you, Kyle.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're going to spend $80,000 on a lens, that thing better make you some money. That better be an investment. If that's just like a hobby, you got way too much money. And if you're just getting that as a hobby, let me know how you became so successful.
Kyle, where did this all begin? Because we do know that Texas was the first state to respond to that call. It's seemingly coming from the White House there to make the changes to these maps in different states in order to keep the balance of power or even possibly influence as we're heading into these midterm elections.
We got Jeb Common jumping in on the chat. He's saying redistricting, another cheat method by Democrats. If you don't have any productive policies, then there you go. Yeah, it could be a cheat method. I don't know. Like, is it actually a cheat method? What was it? $7 billion was spent to make sure Donald Trump loses his election, the previous election that he lost. So you never know. Yeah, that was like one of the thoughts there. And Jeremy Taylor saying redistricting should be performed by an impartial AI system. There you go. Have no bias. Just see what is best for the community and the country. Can't really challenge that, man. That's a great idea. Absolutely. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every day at 2026. Become a member if you want, because I love you. I need you.
Putting this back up on the screen for folks at home, that's currently where it sits. 213 Democrats, 217 Republicans, one independent, with that being Bernie Sanders there. I still, though, want to ask you, when we're looking at this current balance of power and the call that came from President Trump, is that a common thing?
Nivlak dropping knowledge, saying, remember, Democrats have been trying to make political redistricting illegal for 10 years. Republicans have voted against it every single time. Might come back to hurt them. You never know.
Thing that we're seeing some of these presidents call for changes to maps to be made ahead of midterms.
What the president did in asking Texas to redraw their maps and to ask other states to redraw their maps, I don't necessarily know if it's unprecedented, but it's certainly unprecedented in modern times. It's pretty unusual. There is one sort of similar situation that also happened in Texas in the early 2000s, in which Republicans took control of state government in 2002, and they redrew the state's congressional map unilaterally, without a court order. Oftentimes redistricting that happens in the middle of the decade is because of some sort of court action. But Republicans in Texas have effectively replaced a court-drawn map that was kind of a version of a previous Democratic gerrymander and replaced it with a Republican gerrymander, which caused a lot of outcry in 2003 and 2004, and was a big reason why Republicans netted a small number of House seats in the 2004 election. This was different in the sense that Texas already was operating under a Republican-drawn gerrymander, albeit not that aggressive of a gerrymander. And clearly Republicans could go further, which is what they did in Texas. And that sort of started the chain reaction of redistricting. And as we're talking right now, 7 states have redrawn their maps.
Karina, so happy to have you here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Not all of them are avowedly partisan gerrymanders. Utah helped Democrats, but that was because of court action and because of a ballot issue that had passed in Utah several years ago. Ohio has this kind of convoluted system that it's produced a map that I wouldn't quite say is a Republican gerrymander, but also isn't necessarily a 50-50 fair map either. But all told, actually, the Democratic position has been improved a little bit through all the redistricting that's happened so far. You know, I think when the
I hate to admit it. I do hate to admit it. But Barry is dropping W's in the chat again, saying the two-party system is just to keep people divided. And it's working like a charm. I wish I could disagree with you, Barry. I wish I could, but I can't, man. And that's something we got to remember. We got to remember. Don't let these people divide you just by political ideology. You know, maybe look at the content of that person's character before you start to judge them. You know, there's a lot of great Democrats out there. There's a lot of great Republicans. You know, just gotta have a conversation. Try to have an open mind. And then we have another chat by Geraint Thomas saying shows why the U.S. needs an actual workers' party. What do you mean by a workers' party? Thank you for the chat. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every day of 2026.
The president went to Texas and asked them to redraw their maps, he was hoping that Republicans could come out of this redistricting cycle with a clear advantage on the new House maps. That hasn't happened, and in fact, Democrats have maybe gotten a little bit of help. This isn't over yet, though. Florida may try to go back and redraw in favor of Republicans to some degree. That's a part of a special legislative session slated to start next week.
I'm glad you brought that up. And so we'll touch on that in just a second. I do still want to put up this Truth Social post as well from President Trump speaking about Virginia. He called it a rigged election that took place last night in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. All day long, Republicans were winning. The spirit was unbelievable until the end when, of course, there was a massive mail-in ballot drop where I've heard that before, and the Democrats eked out another crooked victory. 6-5 goes 10-1, yet the presidential election in November was very close to a 50-50 split. In addition to everything else, the language on the referendum was purposefully unintelligible and deceptive. As everyone knows, I am extraordinarily brilliant in person, and I have no idea what the hell that they were talking about in this referendum, and neither do they. Let's see if the courts will fix this travesty of justice. Signed it there, President Trump. He mentioned, as well as you mentioned, Kyle, that there's potential for the courts to step in, as we'll see where this ultimately goes. But I wanted to touch on what you just brought up. Florida is also being talked about in this conversation, as their Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is now urging lawmakers in their state to approve redistricting in that special session that is there to begin later this month. As you mentioned, this would ultimately likely give an advantage to Republicans likely in the state if that's to go through.
Yeah, it depends on what they do, and they are constrained in certain ways. Florida does have a voter-approved a constitutional amendment. It came through in, I think it was 2010, that put limits on partisan gerrymandering. And you could argue that the current map is a Republican gerrymander, but if they go even further, even a Republican-friendly Supreme Court in the state, which the Florida State Supreme Court is, friendly to Republicans and friendly to Governor DeSantis, but one wonders if there could actually.
All right, so Donaldson dropped some knowledge in the chat. So, is it accurate? That's the question. Is it accurate? So CPAC held events in Budapest, and Orbán became a marquee figure for that wing of conservatism. AP described Orbán as a favorite of U.S. conservatives and noted his close association with CPAC events. The investigative reporting in 2024 said CPAC Budapest was fully funded by Hungarian taxpayers, though institutions tied to the Hungarian state. After Hungary's 2026 election, reporting indicated that the incoming government said it would stop funding the Hungarian branch of CPAC, CPAC, which strongly suggests state support had existed for CPAC. Most likely meaning Hungary was funding CPAC Hungary, or funding Hungarian institutions that hosted it. So I guess they mean that Orban's Hungary appears to have backed CPAC Hungary with public money or state-linked support. Donaldson dropping W's in the chat. Thank you, buddy. Make sure you all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every day of 2026.
To be a successful court challenge, depending on how far Republicans go on this remap. So they have to be kind of careful in the way that they talk about it, in a way that maybe you haven't seen in other states because of the language specific in the Florida Constitution. And then the other thing is just the political dynamics. You know, Republicans are probably headed for a challenging electoral environment in 2026. You know, Florida is a state that really has moved toward Republicans in recent years. A lot of that growth has been built on Latino voters shifting to the Republicans, but there's been a lot of evidence since 2024 that some of those Latino gains that Republicans made with Trump's reelection in 2024 are sort of fading away in 2026. So if you spread yourself too thin in a state like Florida, maybe you don't actually get the gains that you're hoping or expecting to get. So I would expect Florida to try to do something. How aggressive it is and whether it would actually perform as intended, that's a different question.
And lastly, before I let you go, Kyle, this is sort of an outlook on maybe how this might affect the country as a whole. Not all states are moving at this point to redistrict ahead of the midterm elections. But do you think that these conversations...
I just can't. Whenever Michael Mara joins a chat and he gets wild, I just can't. Michael Mara has a special skill. He says things I can't repeat. Oh my gosh, we're developing the best community in the world. Make sure you all like, subscribe, and turn on those notifications.
About changing the districts before these major elections come up could affect states that aren't necessarily a part of that, maybe how voters are influenced to think and talk as they're heading to the ballot box?
Well, I do think that, again, as we're talking right now, the Democrats have gotten maybe a slight extra advantage out of redistricting on net. We'll see where things end up after Florida decides what it's going to do. And in terms of redistricting in states that haven't redrawn yet, we may see this continue into 2027 and 2028. I think other states that maybe decided not to redraw this time maybe decide that they will. We also have this looming U.S. Supreme Court decision that could come at any time, although it hasn't yet and may not come until the end of the current Supreme Court session in June, dealing with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which essentially protects the existence of and promotes the creation of majority-minority districts. And these districts typically are...
Can we actually just make America great again, please?
Black majority of plurality districts in the South that are held by Democrats. There are other examples of those kinds of districts, but those are the sort of classic example. And it may be that the court says, hey, those districts don't have to be protected anymore. And that could lead to Republicans getting a bunch of extra seats through gerrymandering in the South. But that would probably be more of a 2028 question than a 2026 question. But that would also ensure that we have, new maps for the next election after just having a bunch of new maps for this election.
Absolutely. And so while the midterms are here and right around the corner, you're right, we still have to look ahead to 2028 to see where things will stand in the next presidential election. But I certainly appreciate you, Kyle, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Anything else that we mentioned that we didn't touch on that you'd like to mention at this time?
You know, I think there's been so much talk about gerrymandering, and it really is ugly, and both Democrats and Republicans can point to certain maps and claim credibly that they've been mistreated. I wish that there was some sort of national solution to this gerrymandering problem. I think it would have to come from Congress. I don't think the courts are going to do it. Frankly, I don't think Congress is going to do it either. And I don't know if the parties could see eye to eye on some sort of neutral redistricting criteria. So unfortunately, this problem is probably going to get worse before it gets better.
All right, well, we're taking a live look there at the U.S. Capitol building where Congress is currently in session. But again, the conversation continues. As we know, Virginia voters have now approved these new congressional redistricting amendment. We'll see how all of this pans out before these major election cycles. Thanks so much, Kyle, for joining us.
So what happens? When are we going to know whether the Dems take it or not? That's pretty wild. That's a very wild one. So allegedly, Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk warnings resurface after the SPLC federal indictment.
The SPLC was not dismantling these groups. It was instead manufacturing the extreme.
Okay, yeah, that was that first one.
Traveling, Israel destroys.
Breaking news is that the vice president J.D. Vance has been removed from the negotiation team with the regime because of security concerns. Do we know that to be true? No. We know that that's what the administration is putting out. Well, do we know that that's true or not true? I don't know. I'm okay with obviously protecting the vice president of the United States. And I'm sure there are tons of security concerns given that you're dealing with a bunch of terrorists. I also think that there's a chance that he removed Vance because Vance.
Alex, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you again, man. Good to see you. Welcome to the chat.
Is doing a lousy job in part because Vance really politically wants the Iran war to be as bad as possible because he was against it in the first place and is going to campaign that he is different than Trump because he would have never done this. So not exactly your best agent, in my opinion, on top of the fact that he has no real acumen in this.
A little bit of heat getting thrown at J.D. Vance from Mr. Chris Cuomo himself.
Area. I think that what we need to see is whom do they put in his place? Is it just Witkoff?
Alex, you got to shout out Karina. She's a new follower, a new subscriber. So make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every day of 2026, making the best chat in the world. And if you so desire, become a member. I love you. I need you.
And Kushner's the one who has to go. I mean, he's just so conflicted. We've never had anybody represent the United States who's doing business with these places at the same time in a way that we all know is a little fishy because this guy is not someone who deserves billions of dollars of capital, except for who his daddy-in-law is. Let's be honest, okay? And you can say, oh, yeah, no, we've seen it before. Yeah, well, we have with Ivanka when she was representing the United States in China while...
ZFBS 115 says Cuomo is a hack. Always has been. Thank you for your chat, buddy.
Asking them for patents, and she got them. Even the dogs don't like that. So see it for what it is. I'm happy to err on the side of caution. God forbid anything happen to any of our leaders, but there's good reason to get rid of Vance. It has nothing to do with security.
Nothing to do with security.
Government is in support this resolution. If we want to rein in a Trump administration that launched an illegal war against Iran, we should also rein in the Netanyahu administration. It's doing exactly the same thing with American taxpayers. To the Netanyahu government. Specifically, these resolutions would block the transfer of 12,000 1,000-pound bombs and 132 armored bulldozers, valued at more than $446 million and funded entirely by American taxpayers. Mr. President, we cannot continue to provide a blank check to the Netanyahu government as it continues to use U.S. weapons in violation of U.S. and international law. As I've long said, Israel was justified in its war against Hamas after the horrific attack of October 7, 2023. But the Netanyahu government is not justified in imposing collective punishment on all the people of Gaza. As Senator Merkley and I wrote in our report after traveling to the region in August 2025, and I quote, "The Netanyahu government is implementing a plan to ethnically cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. America is complicit." And now, as Senator Sanders indicated, Israeli leaders are saying out loud they plan to apply the same plans in southern Lebanon as they implemented in Gaza. Senator Sanders mentioned threatening what they did in Khan Yunis. As recently as March 31st, Israeli Defense Minister Katz said that, and I quote, "All homes in Lebanese villages near the border will be destroyed in accordance with the Rafah and Beit Hanun model in Gaza," unquote. Well, colleagues, I visited Gaza. I visited the Gaza crossing, the Rafah crossing twice, along with my colleague, Senator Merkley. First in January 2024, when Rafah's population had quadrupled from pre-war levels to more than 1 million people who'd been displaced within Gaza, from northern Gaza. And then we traveled to the Rafah crossing in August 2025, after the IDF's offensive against Rafah, one that the Biden administration claimed that they tried to stop. And on that visit, Senator Merkley and I climbed a rooftop, and you could look into Rafah, obliterated, reduced to absolute rubble. And as we were told by former IDF soldiers, eyewitnesses who had the courage to speak with us, Israel has systematically dismantled essential infrastructure and wrought near total destruction of civilian sites throughout Gaza, including through the use of these bulldozers and 100,000-pound bombs. And now the Israeli Minister of Defense says they're going to do the same thing in southern Lebanon. And indeed, since the war in Lebanon restarted, Israeli forces have killed over 2,000 people, including 250 people in 10 minutes the day after the ceasefire was announced. Entire villages have been destroyed and over 1.1 million people displaced. Now, let's not forget how we got in to this most recent round of destruction in the region. President Trump is fully responsible for getting America into this war, period. But we know from Trump administration officials and public reporting how Prime Minister Netanyahu, for his own reasons, was pushing Trump to attack Iran.
He's putting all the blame on Trump, like everything on Trump. Does Trump actually have a choice here? What do you think, chat?
Indeed, he said it himself. On April 11th, Netanyahu boasted to the Israeli public that Israel was, quote, "first to act because we knew what was at stake. But if I had told you a year ago that our pilots, men and women, would fly in Iran, who would have believed it?" said Prime Minister Netanyahu. Went on to say, "If I had told you a year ago that the United States of America, the strongest power in the world, would fight by our side, shoulder to shoulder, wing to wing for nearly 40 days against the common enemy, who would have believed it?" And then Prime Minister Netanyahu went on to say, "All this happened because we initiated, we acted, we attacked," unquote. Now, those of us who have been around here a little while know that Prime Minister Netanyahu has been pushing for a war with Iran for a very long time. In fact, he recently publicly acknowledged that the current U.S.
I should be nicer, right? I should be much nicer.
Israel war on Iran, quote, "allows us to do what I've been hoping to do for 40 years. That's what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. I remember when Prime Minister Netanyahu actually spoke before a joint session of Congress asking us not to support the JCPOA, which of course prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Of course, the current president then tore that up when he first came into office. So Prime Minister Netanyahu has been trying to get previous presidents to join him in attacking Iran, but no previous president was stupid enough or reckless enough to actually do it. And so here we are. Without facing any imminent threat, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu started an illegal war against Iran. And it is a gross violation of international law. Indeed, on April 2nd, a group of over 100 international law experts, people who actually believe in international law, included former U.S. and UN officials, published an open letter stating, quote, the initiation.
Yeah, Jeremy, I don't know if anyone's allowed to talk about Hunter Biden getting all of those funds from countries outside of the United States. But great, valid point. Great, valid point.
To end Donald Trump's illegal war against Iran. Many of us have vowed that we will not support one taxpayer dollar to continue this war that's making us less safe and less well off. Well, that commitment and determination should apply to the Trump administration and to the Netanyahu administration. We need to rein in Trump in this illegal war, and we need to rein in the Netanyahu administration in this illegal war. Now, colleagues, I want to focus for a moment.
Anyone notice how big his lapel mic is? Oh, my goodness.
On the portion of the Sanders resolution that bans the transfer of bulldozers to the IDF. These are the bulldozers that helped raise Rafah in Gaza to the ground. And for those who don't remember, I asked them to recall the case of Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old American peace activist who was killed by an Israeli bulldozer trying to block the razing of buildings in Rafah over 20 years ago. Rachel Corrie has never gotten any justice, and her family will tell you that today. In fact, just since January of 2022, at least 9 more American citizens have been killed by extremist Israeli settlers or security forces in the West Bank, and not one of them, not one, has gotten justice.
That's so sad. Absolutely so sad. And what makes it even worse is being an American citizen. But just imagine all the atrocities that happened there. It's so sad.
Some of the reporting coming from what's happening about
Regia Karani, yeah, absolutely, saying the story gets me every time Israel commits horrific crimes against humanity. My oh my, my oh my.
Southern Lebanon, Guardian title, everything's gone. Israel destroys entire villages. And you can see it for yourself. I really encourage my colleagues just to look at the videos. Some of them have been shared by members of the Israeli military themselves that showed controlled detonations and destruction of entire villages. And this isn't new. During the last war in Lebanon, Amnesty International documented how the Israeli military carried out extensive and deliberate destruction of civilian property across almost the entire Lebanese border.
Donald Lambs jumping in on the chat saying there's always two sides to every coin. Absolutely, absolutely. Please explain the other side to me. Would like to know. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026. And if you like, become a member. And we're just developing the best chat on earth over here on YouTube. So make sure you chime in on that chat. The Lord loves you. Everybody loves you. You're welcome here.
This is all part of a slow motion ethnic cleansing effort in the West Bank and de facto annexation of the West Bank. Indeed, the New York Times in September 2024 spoke about raids in the West Bank villages of Tulkrum and Jenin. The headline was this, quote, Israeli bulldozers flatten mile after mile in the West Bank, end quote. In total, since the Gaza war started, Israeli authorities have demolished at least 4,900 structures in the West Bank and displaced 9,000 Palestinians there. And as this has gone on so has settler violence, often with the complicity of the IDF in the West Bank. Over 1,000 Palestinians, including 230 children, have been killed with virtual impunity since October 2023. And with impunity, the Israeli human rights organization Yesh Din said that between 2005 and December 2025, that's a 20-year period, more than 93% of police investigations into settler violence in the West Bank concluded without an indictment. So what are we going to do about this, Mr. President? We need to stop providing the Netanyahu government with an absolute blank check. We need to demand accountability for American citizens who have been killed there. And so I urge my
Jeb Common 2332 jumping in on the chat saying, you ever notice that Democrats always side with the enemies? Attack law enforcement, attack the hetero-nuclear family. My goodness. So what are the Dems doing in this country? Shouldn't the Dems just go into the country that they're siding with? Or are they agents of a 3-letter agency? Yeah, allegedly they want to attack law enforcement until they need law enforcement, and then they're like begging them. Did you guys hear that story about the Zucks, Mr. Zuckerberg? And he was all about defunding the police until he decided to run a marathon, and he hired ex-military to protect him while he was running his marathon. Allegedly. I don't know if it's actually true news. But yeah, and attack the hetero-nuclear family. What would you want to do that for? You have a mother, you have a father. Okay, maybe your mom's not that nice, or maybe your dad's not that nice, but that's who brought you into this world. Don't you want to protect what brought you into this world? Come on. Thank you for jumping in on the chat, Jeb. Make sure you all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications, going live every single day of 2026, and become a member if you want.
My colleague, Palestinians, America is complicit. And now, as Senator Sanders indicated, Israeli leaders are saying out loud they plan to apply the same plans in southern Lebanon as they implemented in Gaza. Senator Sanders mentioned threatening what they did in Khan Yunis. As recently,
Dia Nuevo 8925 jumping in on the chat saying, we say we don't negotiate with terrorists, yet AIPAC is our biggest ally. That alone makes us look like hypocrites. What do you think, chat? Any truth in that statement? Thank you for jumping in on the chat. Dia Nuevo 8925.
as March 31st, Israeli Defense Minister Katz said that, and I quote, all homes in Lebanese villages near the border will be destroyed in accordance with the Rafah and Beit Hanun model in Gaza, unquote. Well, colleagues, I visited Gaza. I visited the Gaza crossing, the Rafah crossing twice, along with my colleague, Senator Merkley. First in January 2024, when Rafah's population had quadrupled from pre-war levels to more than 1 million people who'd been displaced within Gaza, from northern Gaza. And then we traveled to the Rafah crossing in August 2025.
We got a chat from NNIF4J saying, I had to translate this. America is a giant garbage dump, and Americans are Jews, Satanists, bums, guest workers, and migrants. Thank you for your chat, which looks like it's in Russian or Ukrainian or something like that. Please explain, what do you mean by that? And don't even know what to say. To say America is a giant garbage dump? if it is, then what's the reason so many people want to get their American citizenship and come here for the goals and dreams? And there are Jewish Americans here, but I wouldn't say all Americans are Jews or Satanists. There's a lot of Christians over here and a lot of good people in America. And bums, there are a few bums in big towns, you know, like downtown Los Angeles and I'm guessing other big towns in the world, like Washington, D.C., maybe Miami, New York. But not too many bums. There's a lot of successful people, productive people, guest workers. Yeah, and migrants. Yeah, there's quite a few migrants. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. But thank you for your chat.
The United States of America, the strongest power in the world, would fight by our side, shoulder to shoulder, wing to wing for nearly 40 days against the common enemy. Who would have believed it? And then Prime Minister Netanyahu went on to say, all this happened because we initiated, we acted, we attacked, unquote. Now, those of us who have been around here a little while know that Prime Minister Netanyahu has been pushing for a war with Iran for a very long time. In fact, he recently publicly acknowledged that the current U.S.-Israel war on Iran, quote, allows us to do what I've been hoping to do for 40 years. That's what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. I remember when Prime Minister Netanyahu actually spoke before a joint session of Congress asking us not to support the JCPOA, which of course prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Of course, the current president then tore that up when he first came into office. So Prime Minister Netanyahu has been trying to get previous presidents to join him in attacking Iran, but no previous president was stupid enough or reckless enough to actually do it. And so here we are. Without facing any imminent threat, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu started an illegal war against Iran. And it is a gross violation of international law. Indeed, on April 2nd, a group of over 100 international law experts, people who actually believe in international law, included former U.S. and UN officials, published an open letter stating, quote, the initiation of the campaign was a clear violation of the United Nations Charter, and that the conduct of the United States and Israeli forces in the war, quote, raises serious concerns about violations of international human rights and international humanitarian law, including potential war crimes. That's on top of the illegality of initiating a war against Iran. Now look, earlier this afternoon, nearly all Democrats voted together to end Donald Trump's illegal war against Iran. Many of us have vowed that we will not support one taxpayer dollar to continue this war that's making us less safe and less well off. Well, that commitment and determination should apply to the Trump administration and to the Netanyahu administration. We need to rein in Trump in this illegal war, and we need to rein in the Netanyahu administration in this illegal war. Now, colleagues, I want to focus for a moment on the portion of the Sanders resolution that bans the transfer of bulldozers to the IDF. These are the bulldozers that helped raze Rafah in Gaza to the ground. And for those who don't remember, I asked of some of the reporting coming from what's happening about southern Lebanon. Guardian title, "Everything's Gone. Israel Destroys Entire Villages." And you can see it for yourself. I really encourage my colleagues just to look at the videos. Some of them have been shared by members of the...
Quick little shout out to Michael Mara. Thank you for your service, buddy. Hero, along with Barry. Hero. Got some patriots in the chat. May the Lord protect you and your families. Thank you for your service. And make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every single day at 2026. Become a member if you want.
Israeli military themselves that showed controlled detonations and destruction of entire villages. And this isn't new. During the last war in Lebanon, Amnesty International documented how the Israeli military carried out extensive and deliberate destruction of civilian property across almost the entire Lebanese border with Israel, including 10,000 structures, primarily through the use of manually laid explosives and bulldozers. And in the West Bank, as we speak,
was I muted during that last shout out? I just want to say I wanted to shout out Michael Mara and Barry for their service. Thank you so much. We salute you. We appreciate the vets out there.
we're seeing violent Israeli settlers kill Palestinian citizens with impunity. And we're also seeing the use of these bulldozers to demolish Palestinian homes in the West Bank and other civilian infrastructures. Again, you can see it for yourselves in the videos. This is all part of a slow motion ethnic cleansing effort in the West Bank and de facto annexation of the West Bank. Indeed, the New York Times in September 2024 spoke about raids in the West Bank villages of Tulkrum and Jenin. The headline was this, quote, "Israeli bulldozers flatten mile after mile in the West Bank," end quote. In total, since the Gaza war started, Israeli authorities have demolished at least 4,900 structures in the West Bank and displaced 9,000 Palestinians there. And as this has gone on, so has settler violence, often with the complicity of the IDF in the West Bank. Over 1,000 Palestinians, including 230 children, have been killed with virtual impunity since October 2023. And
Donaldson trying to get somebody banned, bro.
with impunity. The Israeli human rights organization Yesh Din said that between 2005 and December 2025, that's a 20-year period, more than 93% of police investigations into settler violence in the West Bank concluded without an indictment. So what are we going to do about this, Mr. President? We need to stop providing the Netanyahu government with an absolute blank check. We need to demand accountability for American citizens who have been killed there. And so I urge my colleagues now to support this resolution. If we want to rein in a Trump administration that launched an illegal war against Iran, we should also rein in the Netanyahu administration. It's doing exactly the same thing with American taxpayers. To the Netanyahu government.
That would be cool if they do manipulate the stocks and we get to see like what's going on. And just to let y'all know, at Kick, you're free to like chat and stuff, but try not to send those bots over here because I need to ban them all the time and it gets annoying after a while. And make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications, going live every single day at 2026. And if you want, you can become a member.
Specifically, these resolutions would block the transfer of, Senator Sanders mentioned, threatening what they did in Khan Yunis. As recently as March 31st, Israeli Defense Minister Katz said that, and I quote, all homes in Lebanese villages near the border will be destroyed in accordance with the Rafah and Beit Hanun model in Gaza, unquote. Well, colleagues, I visited Gaza. I visited the Gaza crossing, the Rafah crossing twice, along with my colleague, Senator Merkley. First in January 2024, when Rafah's population had quadrupled from pre-war levels to more than 1 million people who'd been displaced within Gaza, from northern Gaza. And then we traveled to the Rafah crossing in August 2025, after the IDF's offensive against Rafah, one that the Biden administration claimed that they tried to stop. And on that visit, Senator Merkley and I climbed a rooftop, and you could look into Rafah, obliterated, reduced to absolute.
Oh my gosh, U.S. Patriot Whisperer, thank you so much for your €2. Are y'all ready for Veronica? Veronica's coming in. She's going to do a push-up for y'all. Everybody, this is for U.S. Patriot Whisperer. Let's draw our attention to Veronica.
Thank you for your support. I love you. Wishing you and your family the best.
Go on and do your push-ups, girl. All right. Everybody loves you, U.S. Patriot Whisperer. Thank you so much, man. You mean the world. We love you. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every single day of 2026. Become a member if you want.
Absolute rubble. And as we were told by former IDF soldiers, eyewitnesses who had the courage to speak with us, Israel has systematically dismantled essential infrastructure and wrought near total destruction of the civilian sites throughout Gaza, including through the use of these bulldozers and 100,000-pound bombs. And now the Israeli Minister of Defense says they're going to do the same thing in southern Lebanon. And indeed, since the war in Lebanon restarted, Israeli forces have killed over 2,000 people, including 250 people in 10 minutes the day after the ceasefire was announced. Entire villages have been destroyed and over 1.1 million people displaced. Now, let's not forget how we got in to this most recent round of destruction in the region. President Trump is fully responsible for getting America into this war, period. But we know from Trump administration officials and public reporting how Prime Minister Netanyahu, for his own reasons,
Are you not getting some of the chats, Barry? What's going on, buddy?
Was pushing Trump to attack Iran. Indeed, he said it himself. On April 11th, Netanyahu boasted to the Israeli public that Israel was, quote, first to act because we knew what was at stake. But if I had told you a year ago that our pilots, men and women, would fly in Iran, who would have believed it? Said Prime Minister Netanyahu. Went on to say, if I had told you a year ago that the United States of America, the strongest power in the world, would fight by our side, shoulder to shoulder, wing to wing for nearly 40 days against the common enemy, who would have believed it? And then Prime Minister Netanyahu went on to say, all this happened because we initiated, we acted, we attacked, unquote. Now, those of us who have been around here a little while know that Prime Minister Netanyahu has been pushing for a war with Iran for a very long time. In fact, he recently publicly acknowledged that the current U.S.-Israel war on Iran, quote, allows us to do what I've been hoping to do for 40 years. That's what Prime Minister Netanyahu said. I remember when Prime Minister Netanyahu actually spoke before a joint session of Congress asking us not to support the JCPOA, which of course prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Of course, the current president then tore that up when he first came into office. So Prime Minister Netanyahu has been trying to get previous presidents to join him in attacking Iran, but no previous president was stupid enough or reckless enough to actually do it. And so here we are. Without facing any imminent threat, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu started an illegal war against Iran. And it is a gross violation of international law. Indeed, on April 2nd, a group of over 100 international law experts, people who actually believe in international law, included former U.S. and UN officials, published an open letter stating, quote, the initiation of the campaign was a clear violation of the United Nations Charter, and that the conduct of the United States and Israeli forces in the war, quote, raises serious concerns about violations of international human rights and international humanitarian law, including potential war crimes. That's on top of the illegality of initiating a war against Iran. Now look, earlier this afternoon, nearly all Democrats voted together to end Donald Trump's illegal war against Iran. Many of us have vowed that we will not support one taxpayer dollar to continue this war that's making us less safe and less well off. Well, that commitment and determination should apply to the Trump administration and to the Netanyahu administration. We need to rein in Trump in this illegal war, and we need to rein in the Netanyahu administration in this illegal war. Now, colleagues, I want to focus for a moment on the portion of the Sanders resolution that bans the transfer of bulldozers to the IDF. These are the bulldozers that helped raise Rafah in Gaza to the ground. And for those who don't remember, I asked them to recall the case of Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old American peace activist who was killed by an Israeli bulldozer.
Yeah, that's just absolutely way too much. Just way too much, chat.
So we're now on the interview that I did earlier on the phone with President Trump about 90 minutes ago. He said then that there is no time pressure on this ceasefire extension, that the 3 to 5 day window that has been reported is, quote, not true. He says he's not in a rush and that he wants the best deal. He added that the U.S. military blockade, quote, scares the Iranians more than the bombing, and also said that he personally
Texas SB08 jumping in on the chat saying, do the research. It's about gaining control of Gaza. What for? For control of a petroleum region. This is all about money, digital currency, flat earth control. These surgical strikes are meant to extinguish. My, oh my. Drop me some links. Would love to see. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026, and become a member if you want. I love you. I need you. I appreciate you. And we're developing the best community on earth here in the chat. Make sure you jump in.
asked Iran not to execute 8 women who were scheduled for hanging, and they were charged with protesting in January. 2 of these women are 16 years old, according to the reports.
Their life hasn't even started yet. What is going on? Come on.
On them. He shared this image on social media yesterday. He says that Iran listened to that request, and he called that a good sign and a good move on their part. Iran reportedly denies that these women were going to be executed. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt joins me now. Caroline, great to have you with us. Welcome this afternoon. You know, I'm curious if this signals that these human rights issues and the hangings and the executions will be part of a deal that is discussed when they do return to negotiations in the coming days or weeks or however long it takes.
She's got her pro photo face on. She's got the lips puckered. She's waiting for the $80,000 Canon lens. Plow, plow, take some pictures of me.
Takes.
Well, first of all, Martha, only President Trump could save the lives of these 8 beautiful Iranian women who he has received direct word from the Iranian regime, or what's left of it, that their lives are going to be spared. And that comes as a result of President Trump asking them directly not to kill these young, beautiful women who certainly deserve a chance to continue living their lives freely and peacefully. And now that will happen thanks to President Trump, because he's a humanitarian at heart. I understand this news story about the scheduled execution of these women came across the president's desk. And again, he made that direct plea, and the Iranians have answered and have agreed not to execute them. As far as the formal negotiations, humanitarian issues are of a great concern to this president. But with respect to the negotiations that are ongoing, he's made his red lines very clear. Iran could never obtain a nuclear bomb to threaten the United States and our allies, and they must turn over the enriched uranium that's in their possession. While it is very far into the ground, thanks to the success of Operation Midnight Hammer, it's important to the president that they hand that enriched uranium over. He's made that quite clear to them. And now we're waiting to hear back from the Iranian regime. The fact that they cannot send a unified message yet, which is why the president decided to extend the ceasefire, just shows how effective Operation Epic Fury truly was, because there's a lot of internal division over there. The president understands that, and so we await their response.
Yeah, they had one leader, one Ayatollah for 37 years, who seemed to be able to keep a bit of a lid on all of these disparate groups.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. My goodness. To refer back to that chat about a conspiracy of illegal war with Iran and USA. So it's not necessarily about Iran. It's about power, oil, choke points, regional control, domestic politics, and allies dragging the U.S. into a war. The public never clearly approved. I don't think anyone approved. Should we throw a poll up in the chat? I can do that if you want. And Congress didn't really authorize it. The allies and regional blocs are steering U.S. policy. And it's very much about control of trade and energy routes, maybe planning for the future. And its crisis benefits the executive branch. Definitely, the crisis benefits the executive branch. So the strongest version isn't some movie plot conspiracy. It's that wars can happen when executive power outruns Congress. Allies shape incentives, and strategic choke points like Hormuz make escalation profitable or politically useful.
Groups, but that is sort of an open can of worms after his death in that operation on February 28th. So we'll see if they can get their act together and get back to the table here. I want to ask you about these ships that Iran seized. We're continuing to get reporting on this. Does the seizure of 2 ships, as we said, they were Greek and Mediterranean owned ships with cargo on them, and the reports are that Iran basically seized them and then moved them into Iranian waters. We don't know what's going to happen to these.
Craig Benjamin jumping on the chat saying next is Turkey is going to get involved, and that is going, I think. Did you guys hear about Turkey? Is that going to happen with Turkey? Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. Going live every single day of 2026 and become a member if you so choose to.
Cruise, we're not sure where all of this is going. Does the president view that as a violation of the ceasefire?
No, because these were not U.S. ships. These were not Israeli ships. These were 2 international vessels. And for the American media, who is sort of blowing this out of proportion to discredit the president's facts that he has completely obliterated Iran's conventional navy, these 2 ships were taken by speedy gunboats. Iran has gone from having the most lethal navy in the Middle East to now acting like a bunch of pirates. They don't have control over the strait. This is piracy that we we are seeing on display. And the naval blockade that the United States has imposed continues to be incredibly effective. And to be clear, the blockade is on ships going to and from Iranian ports. And the point of this is the economic leverage that we maintain over Iran now. While there's a ceasefire with respect to the military and kinetic strikes, Operation Economic Fury continues. And the crux of that is this naval blockade. We are choking their economy. We are straining.
No, is that the type of conversation we're having? My goodness, lady. My goodness. My goodness. And we have a chat here. We got some emotions happening over here. We got a, where did that go? Aaron awaits 5213 says, MAGA has been betrayed. I was a believer and he broke my heart. Our great republic has been gravely wounded. So I guess with the poll that we had before, I think Aaron awaits would say that Donald Trump has disappointed him. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications, going live every day at 2026, and become a member if you want.
Strangling their main source of revenue. They can't pay their own people. They're losing $500 million every single day. Carg Island is completely full of oil because they can't transport it to and from. So the president, the cards are in his hands. The United States maintains control over the situation. He has all of the leverage. And again, that's why he's maintained a little bit of flexibility with the extension of the ceasefire as we await a unified response from the Iranians to the president's very clear proposal.
So if Iran continues to use these small fast boats, which we know they still have, and obviously we've seen their ships that were sunk to the bottom of the ocean, and so their regular navy is decimated. So can there be a possibility that the president would authorize the U.S. Navy to take out these little fast boats the way that he has off the coast of Venezuela?
Well, the U.S. Navy certainly could. We've shown that we have that potential with the drug boat strikes that the president has authorized in the Caribbean Sea off the coast of Venezuela. As you pointed out, Martha, he has many options at his disposal as commander-in-chief. But again, these are two boats in grave comparison to the more than 160 naval vessels that the United States has sunk. We've sunk more than 16 of their naval vessel classes of Iranian warships. I mean, their traditional and conventional navy has been completely destroyed. They were the most lethal navy in the Middle East. And again, now they sit at the bottom of the ocean as the United States Navy is stronger than ever. So yes, the commander-in-chief has a number of options at his disposal. But right now, the blockade continues to be massively effective in inflicting maximum leverage and economic pressure on the regime right now.
You know, we've heard Caroline, the president, say that he's basically disgusted with the lack of participation from our allies in Europe. Lindsey Graham just posted, I think the president's decision to leave the blockade in place is very smart. I expect the blockade will be growing and that it could become global soon. To those assisting or thinking about assisting the Iranian regime in distributing its oil, which provides resources for terrorism, you do so at your own peril. Is there any plan that the Europeans who are meeting now are going to join this blockade?
Well, we'll see. We hear a lot of talk from the Europeans. Unfortunately, we don't see enough action as far as President Trump.
Yeah, she is one incredible cheerleader. Absolutely.
Trump is concerned. In his view, he tested NATO and they failed. They failed to come to the defense and to join forces with the United States as the president engaged in this very bold and courageous operation to take out the #1 state sponsor of terrorism in this world, the Iranian regime.
Relaxing music saying Iran is spending $500 million a day, but we're spending over $1 billion a day to fight fishing boats. Something is fishy here. Is that accurate? Can anyone tell me whether that is accurate? Because if that is true, we're being extremely inefficient. Absolutely. Thank you for the chat. Relaxing music. Probably got some really good relaxing music on your channel. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026.
regime. And again, through Operation Epic Fury, the United States on its own, of course with the help of our partner and friend Israel, but on its own, irrespective of the European nations and our NATO allies, has completely degraded Iran's military. We have completely confused and obliterated their regime. They are in a very weak position thanks to the actions taken by President Trump and our great United States Armed Forces. And so we will continue this important mission on our own. And again, we've seen a lot of talk, but very little action, and the president is well aware of that.
Just one quick one. This is the Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum saying that they're not aware of any worker coordination between the U.S. and Mexico on this operation where 2 CIA agents were killed in a car accident. We're still waiting for details of exactly what happened to them. But I heard Dan Hoffman, who was a former Moscow CIA station chief just in the last hour, saying that he really would have appreciated it if the president of Mexico had thanked them for their service and expressed sympathy for the loss of those CIA agents. We talked a little bit about this earlier with the president. You know, he seems to be very unhappy with the president of Mexico right now based on all this. Can you expand on that?
Sure. I think the president would agree that some sympathy from Claudia Sheinbaum would be well worth it for the 2 American lives that were lost, considering all that the United States of America is doing currently under this president to stop the scourge of drug trafficking through Mexico to the United States. And we have seen some cooperation from President Sheinbaum. I think the president always wants to see more cooperation when what we are doing is not only a benefit to the American people, but to her people as well, to crack down on these cartels and to remove again the scourge of drug and human trafficking that has flowed through Mexico for far too long and has taken far too many American lives.
Enemy positions in Western
He said
Yemen.
Mexico is lost and the United States is Mexico's only hope. And we mourn the loss of these lives of these very brave CIA agents in Mexico in this operation as well. Caroline, thank you very much. Always good to see you. Thanks for joining me this afternoon.
What a dangerous job. My goodness, those going into Mexico, goodness gracious. Some people have to be built different to do that, honestly. That's just absolutely wild. And there's something that's happening in that country, the country we're allies with. And this is sometimes kind of hard for me to actually go over and to watch, but also it's good to know like what's actually happening rather than like what you see in the news. So here's this young guy, nice guy, and he loves his country. He's absolutely just infatuated with his country. And there's just some people who are just not so kind to him. And whenever you see these people interacting together, you kind of get like the real feel of what's happening over there. So it might be too emotional for some of y'all, but this is actually what's happening out there. And I hope we can figure out a way to find peace, because this is just unacceptable.
Thank you for your support.
Don't tell me you're watching. You're not watching, right? Where are you from?
I'm from Israel. Why are you posting us?
To show the world.
To show the world what?
The truth.
That we had enough?
That you had enough?
That Israel had enough? So the guy on the bottom here, he's from Palestine. The girl on the top, she's from Israel. That Israel had enough. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I think without me saying things, I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
Enough?
Yes, we had enough.
That you had enough?
Yes, we had enough.
Wallah!
Wallah.
Wow! Wow, mashallah, wow.
Oh my God.
Wow, good job. You're joking, right?
No.
It's a funny joke. You are funny. You are funny.
You are funny. You're the funny girl. You're funny. You're like Borat, right? You
Funny girl, you are funny. Good one.
You want to speak to Israelis, right?
No, I don't. Bye.
So why?
Wallah, bro, this is not good. Everyone from Israel that I'm meeting knows me. This is not good. I was just in Palestine 3 months ago. If I go back, I cannot go back. This is good to let people know about what's going on, but I can never go back.
so sad that he can't even go back to his own country now because everybody is keeping tabs on this man. My goodness. This is like gnarly. Gnarly.
Wallah, I cannot ever. Until we are free, because it will happen.
I invade 8098. She isn't Israeli? I don't know, bro. I think she was claiming to be Israeli. I don't know, bro. Yeah.
Happen, inshallah.
Yeah, dude, the Irish are awesome, bro. Shout out to the Irish people. Dude, never meet a shabby Irish person. They're always cool. Always super cool. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026. And become a member if you desire to do so. It helps so much. I love you. Everybody loves you. And we're building the best community here. And this is an interesting one. Look at this girl's face on the top. She's just like so not having it. Not entertained. Not entertained at all. Tara's Irish. So is Alex. Alex is Irish too, and Alex is awesome. And Barry's awesome. You all are all. Every single one of you is awesome.
Hi.
Oh, you're the one with the Free Palestine.
What do you think?
She just took a screenshot. Did you see that? Let's see if we can go back a little bit. So when she moved her like face away from it, and she took a screenshot of him.
What do you think about Israel bombing Gaza and killing all the civilians?
I don't think nothing. I think they should have it. I think that they... What?
You said you think they should be bombed?
Yeah.
The innocent lives. Are the kids being bombed in Gaza? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Dude, she just said yeah. Yeah, it's okay. And that's kind of like... I'm not throwing shade on Palestine or Israel. I'm just like trying to find what news clips I can and what social media clips I can to explain like the situation that's going on over there. Like when I went over there, I could feel so much tension. It was unreal. Just unreal.
The kid, maybe you didn't hear me. I'll ask you again. Are the kids?
Yeah, you know why? Okay, yalla, bye.
She said, you know the reason, and she just hung up. What's going on? Come on, tell the reason if you can tell it.
Hi.
Fasting.
And she doesn't say anything. She just drops the F-bomb, just goes for it.
Hi, nice to meet you. I don't even know you. Why are you being like that? You think it's funny that Israel's bombing innocent lives in Gaza?
We your babies, yeah.
This lady on top doesn't care at all.
You think it's funny?
Yeah, it's very funny.
Are you even human?
I'm human, you see. I'm not a robot.
She does that little movement, you know, trying to be all like attractive while she's doing it.
These babies.
To me, that's wild. I don't know what y'all think, but to me, that's kind of wild. And we have like the creator who said Hamas is ISIS, which is quite wild, you know, if you think about it. So if you think about her job, this video explains exactly what's happening with her job and everything. So let's get right into it. Might as well.
My name is Ella Kenan. I'm a content creator, but I'm also the founder of an organization called Bright Mind. What we do is, let's call it digital assets that serve the Jewish people in a more strategic manner. We got to close to 3 billion views since the beginning of the war, completely organic. We work with communities of over 60,000 people around the world that make our content viral, but also help us report anti-Semitic rhetoric and fake news, and therefore take it down, and other actions that do serve the narrative. We also create content for non-Jewish influencers that collaborate with us, and we have all sorts of things. I offer to try to set the agenda rather than responding. I think Israelis and Jews in general, we tend to respond rather than to set the agenda and initiate. You know, they say genocide, we explain why it's not a genocide. They say apartheid, we explain why it's not, right? So I offered Hamas is ISIS, and I offered why, and I gave a short 101 on how we can garner attention and traction around that narrative. And that worked. So in 3 to 4 days, it became the most viewed narrative online. It became viral for almost 3 months around the world, in some places even more. And it even got to Biden's speech.
To Biden. We love Biden. Tell me about it, Biden. Let's hear all of those complete sentences.
Committed evils that and atrocities that make ISIS look somewhat more rational.
We have so many videos and posts of Palestinians, of Hamas officials like Abu Ubaida responding to that narrative, influencing them. So, yeah, that's where it all started.
Hello.
I know. We love Biden. And it just shows you so much about like what's happening in certain parts of the world. This is a wild one. This is a wild one. Same guy down here, Palestinian, Israeli guy up here. He seems like a cool guy, actually. Like when you look at him, but whenever you hear him speak, I don't know, maybe your mind will change.
Know you.
Where are you from?
From Israel.
Oh, really? I'm from Palestine.
Yeah, I'm from Tel Aviv. Are you a Palestinian?
Yes, I'm Palestinian.
You were born in Palestine?
I was born in the United States. My blood is 100% Palestinian.
That's completely.
Your blood is not where you're born. I have no American blood in me. You understand that? Both of my.
Make me feel cringe. You know what I'm saying?
I make you feel cringe. Okay, Viking guy. Listen, is your DNA Israeli?
For sure.
Is my DNA American?
For sure.
That's not how the it works.
How does it work, chat? How does it work? Is your DNA where your heritage is from, or is your DNA where you were born? So allegedly, according to the guy on the top, your DNA is according to the location you were born, not where your lineage is from.
Stupid, bro. That's not how it works.
You're stupid, bro.
Where was your grandfather born?
Where is your grandfather born?
Palestine. Where was yours born?
That's a false.
I'm talking about my grandfather. I know where my grandfather was born. Where was your grandfather born? Where was your grandfather born? Answer the question.
Spain.
Spain. DNA is heritage. That's right. DNA is hereditary. Yeah, so this dude on the top is Spanish, bro. His grandpa was born in Spain. Allegedly, man. Allegedly.
Your blood is Spanish. I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Yeah. There you go. Rendezvous 70 dropping some W's in the chat saying Jesus was Palestinian. There you go, bro. There you go. What about Charlie Kirk? Just people calling him a POS, dude. What in the world? Honestly?
Is that what you do when people prove you wrong? You kick them off campus? So you'll be protesting me. I wish you guys would come in though and have a conversation.
Maybe we'll make our way in there. Yeah.
That would be wonderful.
I'd love to disrupt it. Yeah.
Disrupt it?
Yes, absolutely.
Why would you like to disrupt and not have a dialogue?
Because this is America. We can do whatever.
We got to welcome Unknown 3911. Are these Trump supporters? Yeah, Barry, you're right, dude. Charlie Kirk was a great man. But as far as Unknown 3911, we're developing like the best community on earth. And I don't know how to describe this, but maybe thought-provoking and great individuals, centrists, and people who are trying to find the truth. And yeah, you're welcome to come over here. But how would you guys describe this? It's a journey. It's a fun journey, and we're making the best community ever. So make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications, become a member if you want, and welcome Unknown.
What the fuck we want? It's our freedom of speech.
No, of course you have the right to be wrong, and you have the right to be a jerk. But why would you choose to be one?
Because I think you're a transphobic piece of shit.
Rendezvous 70 says, yeah, Kirk POS refused to debate Dean Withers. Dean Withers, bro. Dean Withers. Hold on.
Shit, I would love to disrupt your meeting.
Transphobic. So do you think I fear people that think they're women or think they're men?
I mean, I see what you're doing with like the play on words, but I do.
I didn't hear about that. He refused to debate Dean Withers.
I think that your rhetoric is transphobic. I think it's harmful to trans people. And I think that you should off and get off campus. And
Oh, okay. So I should be silenced, not allowed to speak. Is that what you do when people prove you wrong? You kick them off campus?
No, I don't think that there should be any like university sanctioned thing that says Charlie Kirk can't be here. But if students are able to organize against you and kick your ass off campus, that'd be awesome.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you guys would have a nice dialogue, because you have not provided much evidence for your ideas. That's why you guys decide to try to disrupt and protest.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just as you're
It's just one final thing.
Yeah,
You could tell a lot by who's willing to have a conversation and who's not willing. Usually the people that are the ones protesting and not talking are on the wrong side of history. I wish you the very best, that you live a free life. You have the right to be wrong, and I'm sure you'll be seeing this footage sometime very soon.
Yeah.
So thank you guys. So, and I'm a piece of shit?
Yeah.
Okay. Why am I a piece of shit?
I just told you, man, you're a transphobe.
Oh, I'm transphobic.
Yeah, get him, kitty. Get him, kitty. Bam, 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 bam. How do some people just... Man, not like Charlie Kirk. This man was an angel on earth. How dare you call him the POS word?
Piece of shit?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sure you'll be seeing this footage sometime very soon.
Yeah,
so thank you guys. So, and I'm a piece of shit?
Yeah.
Okay. Why am I a piece of shit?
I just told you, man, you're a transphobe.
Oh, I'm transphobic, right. Okay.
Was Charlie Kirk transphobic? No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Okay. There are only how many genders? 2 genders.
There's only 2 genders. Who can disagree with Charlie Kirk there? Is there anyone in the chat who can disagree with Charlie Kirk? There's only 2 genders. 100% factual. 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 The ignorance, yeah, seriously. Unfortunately, man. Unfortunately.
Do you think women...
We got an idea of who puts in more effort, women or men, on a date.
Put in more effort when it comes to dating. Angelica, why is that?
Hair, makeup, dress, shoes, shower, shave all
Shower.
the things. It's a lot of work. We're getting ready for like 2 hours just cleaning ourselves.
Are you doing your makeup because you like it, or are you doing your makeup so it appeases the man?
I like it so I feel put together.
So it's for you?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not doing it. So it's not effort you're putting into the relationship. It's effort you're...
TWIBU1 says gender is not sex. Please explain yourself. Would love to know more. Scarlet in Black says, considering gender is a social construct and there's more than two sexes if you include intersex. What language is that? Please explain yourself. Teach me something. I'm here to learn. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026. And become a member if you would like, because it helps me. And I love you. And I need you. And the Lord loves you. And we're developing the best community in the world.
You're putting into yourself. You would be putting into yourself regardless.
Correct, but I put on more effort to do a little bit more.
I think men they're obviously not putting makeup on, but I would say they probably put more effort in. It's just behind the scenes effort that you don't get to see. The only reason a man's going to be able to date you is he makes more than you. So he's going to have a job. He's going to have a job that he's been pouring a lot of work into.
Jigsaw Player 5150 has joined the chat. Oh my gosh, dude, how lucky. I just want to let y'all know we are lucky because Jigsaw is back in the chat. And Jigsaw Player 5150 says, no, there isn't XY chromosomes, XX and XY. That is what defines gender. Dropping some scientific knowledge into the chat.
For so many years, all the work that you haven't been able to see. He's also probably, I'm gonna guess you guys probably with like a fit man. So you're gonna want a guy who spends hours and hours in the gym. He has to have had some kind of experience that he can demonstrate that he's a mature.
Frank Sobarrel 483 has joined the chat. There are science books that explain sex and gender perfectly. Maybe education is required there, bud.
Man, he like comes off to people like he is authoritative. He is a provider, a protector. He has all of those traits.
Oh my God. Jeb Common jumping in the chat. Is fact and truth a social construct too? Very great question. Very great.
That take a lot of extra work to obtain. Traits that I don't know if women tend to have to put that same amount of effort into.
Why would I work out as an...
Yeah, definitely. I guess some people don't notice how much effort women put into dates, but also how much effort men put into dates, because they got to save their money. They got to find that job. They got to hustle. They got to work. They got to put in the hours whenever no one's looking. And oftentimes is not really appreciated, but that's okay. You just got to do your thing as a man. And then as a woman, life isn't easy. It's easy from 18 to 28, something like that. Then once you get over 28, 29, 30, then you get to 35, and then your personality changes and you're really nice and all those types of things. And hopefully you found a man by that time, but biologically your clock is ticking, so it gets super hard for a woman after 35, and then it gets way easier for a man after 35, and that's just unfortunately the way the cookie crumbles. And then social media and social networks have actually kind of skewed things to have a disadvantage for the men when they're young and a disadvantage for women when they're older. But I think that's very important for you to choose the correct path as soon as possible, and try to live that good life if you can by any means. And here we have Clav talking about drugs. What type of drugs? These are testosterone drugs, steroids, which I do not think anyone should do unless you obviously need to for like health reasons. But something to consider with content creators, like Barry saw, you go to these like conventions and companies try to hire you to do these things. Like, I went to Canon and I did that 40 to 1200 lens, and got kind of sat on just to do it. But I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do it anyways, because they emailed me and they wanted me to cover it, so I covered it. But for content creators, you got to think twice, because whenever people are putting money inside of your pockets, they'll say anything. So this Clab guy, he's been saying some things about testosterone and steroids that is quite fascinating. And you should hear, you can tell this guy's a juice head, and he probably knows a lot more. And here we go. Let's listen to it.
Natural, take years to make the progress that I can make in months. I'm taking testosterone every single day, and what I did was I took something called an aromatase inhibitor, which prevents the conversion of testosterone into aromasin.
Aromatase inhibitors are classically known to cause all sorts of really gnarly health problems. They cause problems for brain development, they cause problems for bone growth, they cause a ton of cardiovascular downstream effects. It is generally almost
There's so many problems going on. I have like no idea what this person's talking about, but you know, cardiovascular health, that deals with your heart, from what I understand.
Consensus in the modern bodybuilding community to reduce the amount of aromatase inhibition that you impose on yourself as much as possible, if not completely, by choosing your compounds well. This is the school of thought, and completely understandable based on his age and his disposition of like, I need a certain thing to happen. What drugs do I take to get that thing to happen? And when someone's like, what about side effects? They're like, I don't care. Look, if you don't care about,
You definitely need to care about side effects. Like, yeah, you're young for right now. Yeah, that's great. But you need those. You need to think about those side effects. Like, absolutely, because say for instance you want to have children in the future. It's super important to think about those side effects. It's super important to think about everything. You need to, absolutely, 100%, and you need to live a good life.
side effects, yeah, all the shit the clavicular is doing has some rationale. If you care about side effects, then most of what he's doing is like a demonstrably terrible idea.
Demonstrably terrible idea. Just remember that. Just remember that.
I could come on.
And we have the GOAT of all podcasts, which is absolutely incredible. Joe Rogan talking to Jordan Peterson and talking about what? Talking about knowledge, and then an ego check as well, which is a wild one, right? And you're talking about two people who are just incredibly, incredibly huge with their following and their thought processes. And just to see these two go at it is like two Spartans going at it together.
On here, I don't know if it would work, but I could come on here and I could try to show that I was smarter than Joe Rogan. Now, I've watched you, and that's
smarter than Joe Rogan, all right?
Very difficult thing to pull off, but
same, dude. Peterson is awesome. Barry loves Peterson, and I like Peterson. I saw him live. I saw him live with his wife, and this man is magnetic. He's like a magnet. You see this guy. He's just so smart, so brilliant, and whatever he says just resonates so deeply within your soul. Like the Lord, I think he is the Lord's vessel. Like he's gone through so much. This man is just absolutely incredible.
Hypothetically, that could be my aim, and I could play gotcha questions, and I could lead you into places.
The problem is that wouldn't work because I'm willing to accept that you're smarter than me. First of all, like I talk to a lot of people that are smarter than me, and I like it. It's enjoyable. I don't ever feel uncomfortable talking to people that are smarter than me.
Yeah.
I want to know some things that they can tell me on certain things. I want to educate myself. I want to see how their mind works. I want to be blown away. I don't want to compete with them intellectually. There's times in my life where I would have fallen into that trap.
Yeah. Well, I think that's also what's made you popular and forced.
So Joe Rogan doesn't want to compete with these people. He wants to learn from them. Coming from the GOAT of podcasting, man. This is unreal. And just out of respect for Jordan Peterson, because this man is just absolutely incredible, let's listen to the introduction one more time without any disruptions.
I could come on here, I don't know if it would work, but I could come on here and I could try to show that I was smarter than Joe Rogan. Now, I've watched you, and that's a very difficult thing to pull off. But hypothetically, that could be my aim, and I could play gotcha questions, and I could lead you into places.
The problem is that wouldn't work because I'm willing to accept that you're smarter than me. First of all, like, I talk to a lot of people that are smarter than me, and I like it. It's enjoyable. I don't ever feel uncomfortable talking to people.
Is Jordan Peterson just playing right there at that moment? East Coast Cat says, I'm ready for Joe to go. What do you mean by that? Rendezvous saying, Gone Man. And then Scarlet and Black saying, this bot is also saying things from both sides. So Scarlet and Black, if you look at Restream bot 4225, and then after that, you see @ and then a username. So that's usually the username, and we're bringing all of the chats together so we can all communicate together and develop the best community ever. So whenever you see that name after the @ sign, like if you say something now, I'll look at you and I'll see where you are. Let's see, are you gonna say anything? Talk to me, Scarlet, talk to me so I can show you what's going on. But anyways, if you see the @ sign after that, that's their username. I'm trying to help you, but anyways, so yeah, Joe Rogan, GOAT of podcasting, absolutely brilliant. And so we're all concerned about Trump and the Iran situation. Okay, I see Scott Green, I see Rendezvous. I don't see. Okay. So allegedly, here's one conspiracy theory, if you will, about the reason Trump wants to lose the Iran war. How accurate it is, I have no idea, but this drops some great information. Jigsaw, send me a link if you got something.
Do you think Trump is trying to lose the war?
Oh, Rendezvous says, watch Peterson debate on Jubilee. He was destroyed. What do you mean? Jason Beatrice trying to do some rage baiting, or I guess maybe not. Maybe a lot of the LGBT is going for Trump. There you go.
War in Iran on purpose.
He believes in his heart he is on a mission from God to save America. In his first term,
on a mission from God to save America. All right, I'll check it out. Jubilee debate.
He played by the rules. And what happened? They cheated him, right? And his entire cabinet betrayed him. The deep state spent $6 billion to rig that election, to steal it from him, and they impeached him. And they tried to put him in jail. So in the second term, his strategy is now, I'm going to give these guys all that they want. In China, there's a strategy that managers use to destroy people who threaten them. You flatter someone to death. You put your enemies on a pedestal. You give them whatever they want. You shine a spotlight on them. But also, they get all the blame for it. So everyone thinks that Jared Kushner is the puppet master, right? He's the one who's actually controlling Middle East policy in America. Everyone now thinks it.
Chat, what do you think? What do you think? Is this accurate or is this not accurate? Flat earthers think males can be females. Jigsaw says, I'm in Minnesota. I for one know for a fact they've been pushing LGBT on my kids. May the Lord look over you, your family, and your children, man. That's horrible. That's horrible. Who was talking about population control? Was it Eric? No. Oh, it was Elon Musk's ex-girlfriend, the Grimes. Yeah, she was talking about Grimes, saying that there's a population thing going on. Yeah, man. I'm not going to give any advice, but a lot of people are like, you know what? If the school system is that bad, I'm going to homeschool them. And just like, if I want my kids to be social, I'm just going to get them involved in like soccer, baseball, track, swimming, water polo, gymnastics, any type of sport, just to keep make some ends for the homeschooling thing and just like, you know, teach them about taxes and entrepreneurship and becoming billionaires or millionaires or whatever. But anyways, yeah, that's unfortunate. But also the Lord knows what's happening over there, and that's not nice. It's due to like innocent little souls that just want to live life and experience life. And if an institution wants to separate their customers, which are their students, from their parents, shame on them. You know, number one thing should be the Lord. Number two should be the family, you know, keeping the family together, husband and wife and the kids, and teaching them an accurate education, and then also trying to provide a lifestyle where they can be successful and provide for themselves in the future, especially if they're a male, to provide for themselves and their significant other, a female. And if they're a female, to if they don't find a male, to provide for themselves, or to, you know, be the ideal female for a man.
If this war in Iran goes sideways, it's Jared Kushner. It was never Donald Trump, it was Jared Kushner. He also has to think ahead and say, how do I redeem myself in the eyes of MAGA? What's my off-ramp? Why is Tulsi Gabbard in his cabinet? And the reason why is everyone associates her with anti-war. Trump is trying to create a narrative where at first he was bamboozled by Marco Rubio and Jared Kushner, but then JD Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, they prayed to God or whatever, and he saw the light, and that's his off-ramp. He's got no ego in this thing, right? His job is to get a third term so that he can save America.
No husband ever, no man ever would say, if I am killed.
Wait a minute. Can Trump actually get a third term? Like, what am I missing over here? Chat, can Trump get a third term? Yeah, Tara, when does Barry ever hold back? Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on the notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026. And become a member. I need some more members. I got to make some more member content for just members only. And yeah, we're creating an amazing community over here. So make sure y'all get involved, because this is the best place on earth to be. Candace, talk to me about Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk. What's happening? What's happening, girl? Tell me about it.
No husband ever, no man ever would say, if I am killed on the job, I want my wife to assume the dangerous position that I just...
True or untrue? Most likely true.
Occupied.
God forbid if something happens to you, like what would happen next, the turning point? And he had made mention at the end, like, you know, Erica will do a great job running it.
That smile. Erica would do a great job running it. I guess if she says it, she means it, right? So we gotta just trust it. We have to 100% trust it. And then here's the switch. Here's the switch.
I cannot stress this enough. The donors who were in attendance in Aspen are telling me that Charlie never said this.
The donors in Aspen. And we saw Charlie Kirk saying that he was looking for donors who are like successful and who can help his campaign like early on in his career, right?
Charlie never uttered those words. They were shocked to hear it.
Strangely, no one knows who these imaginary donors are except Candace.
It's very strange.
Allegedly, only Candace knows who those donors are, right? Yo, Tumby YT, how you doing? Thank you for joining in on the chat. Do you have any information on that? Let me know.
He would say, appoint my wife. Like, why would you have to make an appointment there? You could just discuss it. Even if you were going to say, you'd be like, oh, you know, I think that this person will figure it out, whatever. But I appoint is so formal. So I just was like, I'm going to look into that. And despite telling us all about how they had caught this amazing moment on video, didn't pass the sniff test for obvious reasons. Okay, number one.
Do you think?
Number one. What are we Team Candace Owens or are we not Team Candace Owens? What do you think, chat? What do you think? This woman will not let Charlie speak. She's got her mask, but she's using it underneath her chin. What What's she holding up?
I think that Christians are superior to people of other faiths, and they have more of a right to self-determination in terms of
I just said it 4 times.
allocating borders.
No, I don't believe that Christians are superior.
Okay, so then why are you supporting allocating $3 billion to Israel?
Okay, happy to answer that. I believe, just so clear, I believe in 2 types of people: saved and not saved. Very simple. Okay.
That is so. That's
Fight for OI Dave Jesus, RIP Charlie Kirk. Absolutely, 100%, 100%. Alex says Eric Kirk is a nasty individual. Trying to get me banned, bro. What's going on?
a binary category that doesn't exist in reality.
Got it. Okay. Well, you'll find out one day.
Okay.
But so
the entirety of the Palestinian people need to be expelled, and Rafah needs to be bombed to smithereens.
No, I think that first of all,
Israel needs to keep itself safe, Charlie.
Well, hold on.
What's the necessary cost?
Well, first of all, let me ask you.
What's the necessary trade-off?
Let me ask you a question.
What human life is more valuable?
Let me ask you a question.
An Israeli or a Palestinian?
Can I ask you a question? First of all people are equal under God. We're talking about a question of which nation state is morally fighting a war and which is not. So let me ask you a question. Very simple.
Are we justified in killing 400,000 Iraqis?
All right, so she's super angry about what's happening in Palestine. And this was like a little bit earlier into Charlie's situation.
I don't support the Iraq war. I never have.
So why are you supporting
I was 8 years old,
one?
so I don't know what you're. I was 8.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing to say, you know, like to pin him to the Iraqi war when he's only 8 years old. Like, what does he even know at 8 years old, right? So there's something wild to know that car thieves are actually using technology, Autel technology, to get inside of cars and then ship them to Africa. You want to know what's happening?
We are here to announce a 15-count indictment handed up yesterday in federal.
She needs a nice shower. Michael White has joined in on the chat, dropping some W's. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026.
District Court involving an international auto theft.
International auto theft ring, and become members if you want, because it helps so much. So these people are using technology to steal cars.
Ring. They don't need keys and they don't need hot wiring. No smashed windows, no drama. Just a sleek electronic device called an Autel, A-U-T-E-L. And in under a minute, the car's brain is rewritten. The car is gone in 60 seconds. Welcome to the new world.
Wasn't there a movie, Gone in 60 Seconds?
Of car theft. In the dead of night, crews strike the streets in Washington, D.C., in Maryland, and in Pennsylvania. And in seconds, they reprogram Corvettes, Camaros, Honda Civics, and a Honda Civic, by the way, is the most popular stolen car in the country today. They end up reprogramming these cars to accept a blank key fob. And it's almost immediate while on the street. They literally disconnect the GPS and the Bluetooth. But this isn't joyriding. These are high-end vehicles that are then loaded on transport carriers headed to ports in Savannah and Baltimore, Maryland. But first, they are cooled off. They are cooled off where the plates are exchanged, in one place on I Street in the Navy Yard, and in another place where they swap out the plates, curiously, a parking garage at a Marriott in Maryland. From there, they are loaded onto shipping containers that are labeled furniture.
Furniture, not automobiles. They're transferring furniture because they're going to sit in those vehicles outside of their houses and not going to drive them, allegedly.
As opposed to cars, because there will not be as much scrutiny. And then the shipping containers are sent across the ocean to Africa, where they get top dollar on the black.
Well done, Jigsaw.
Black market.
I think the question.
I'm not advocating or unadvocating, just saying, well done. So Candace Owens, I guess she's a favorite of some and a foe of some as well. What's happening here with Rabbi Shmuley? What's Candace Owens going to say?
Of holiness and what is holy is relevant to this discussion. I think this is a conversation that a lot of people are having as well. Look, prior to October 7th, I don't think many people were engaged with what is happening in Israel. You know, we kind of all said the same thing. Israel is our friend and ally. I count myself among those people. Post October 7th, the world, and especially I would say Zionists in media, were demanding.
I might have heard someone say earlier today, this might be like, did you by any chance? And we have more of them if anyone wants to become a member. Yeah, so definitely you might have heard one of those. And sometimes you see the little doesn't like that microphone at Candace Owens. It just gets in there and just starts slapping things. So allegedly, am I allowed to say like an inappropriate joke that I heard, or not really? Like, chat, you got to tell me, because I don't want to offend anyone. You know, I'm a really like unoffending type of person. So yeah, you can let me know if I'm allowed to offend or not offend. But anyways, how am I going to offend if it was just something that I assumed? Okay, or that I heard. Allegedly. No, I'm not going to say it. We're going to watch.
Demanding that we all pay attention. And when we began to pay attention, we didn't like what we saw. You cannot tell me to ever feel comfortable with 18,000 children being ruthlessly murdered. You can't get me to feel comfortable.
I gotta acknowledge this. I Invade 8098 says, you hate Jews on this channel? No, absolutely. We don't hate anyone. We're trying to find the truth in the situations, and we're trying to find peace, and we love everybody over here. No, are you a Jew hater? How could you be a Jew hater? You know, everyone there's good and bad people of every single country, religion, community, situations. It's pretty bad to like group everyone together, you know.
As a Christian, with the amount of more explosives dropped, tons of explosives dropped on Gaza than were dropped in Hiroshima. This doesn't make sense to me. Gaza is 30 miles long, 7 miles wide. It's incredibly dense population. And this is, by the way, according to Haaretz, that 40,000 Palestinians have been murdered.
The thing is, Randy.
And how can we stop the war and find peace? That's one of the number one questions I think that we all want to do. And you know, there's situations of like what's happening now with everything, which is kind of eye-opening, realistically, very much so. And people are outspoken, but I think that these people are exposed to much more than I am. You know, like this guy Dan Bilzerian. For instance, I think he's running for mayor of Miami, but Michael Mara was outside the Strait of Hormuz. Who's that? Really? Honestly,
Ryan gets away with this. Is like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is crazy because the stuff that he says is like really indefensible.
Okay, so the stuff that this person says is indefensible, but this is wild. So if the story was switched, like what would happen? So if he says instead of person A is this, he said person B is that. I don't know. We're trying to find the balance here.
The hypocrisy of him trying to talk about, oh, we need to stop anti-Semitism and passing anti-Semitism laws when he is literally like bashing and dehumanizing all fucking Muslims is crazy. And then not just like in a little bit, like kill them all, you know, bombs away.
Yeah, he's the most anti-Semitic person in the world, I think.
100%.
Dang, dude. Anti-Jim person. Don't make jokes, dude. You're not funny. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026. And if this man needs any nutrition advice, I am here to help. I will help for free. Or any gym advice, I am here to help for free. I will help this man with a 8-minute per day for 3 times a week fitness regime. I will get him in shape. Shameless plug. I'll do it for free, actually. I won't even charge the man, but I just want to make sure everybody's healthy, see everybody healthy, and please become a member because it helps so much. But anyways.
And I mean, Israel is the most anti-Semitic country. I mean, they're just murdering Semites on the regular.
The Jewish community has hijacked that word. Lebanon made the streets of Gaza.
This is wild. Are they watching our chat? I got to tell you, like, are they watching our lives? Because did we not bring this up like 6 days ago? Something like that. The definitions. But anyways, we're building the best community over here. So if you want like cutting edge, like the most creative stuff, you gotta subscribe, like, and follow, and turn on notifications, and become a member if you want, because it all starts here.
Run red with their blood. That is nuts. Tell your fellow Muslim terrorists to release the hostages and surrender until they starve away. Palestinian is just another word for demon.
And he's a congressman, you know, and he's putting this on his platform as a congressman. So, in my opinion, that is still covered under free speech. But you cannot.
And free speech is so important, and we gotta protect it. Absolutely.
And say, you know, that we need to arrest people in Florida for anti-Semitism, and I believe, according to him, he's passed anti-Semitism.
Oh my gosh, darling Nikki, 3505. Watch The Bride of Farmer. I love you. We love you. Everybody loves you. Oh my gosh. Everybody hype up darling Nikki, please.
Thank you for your support. I love you. Wishing you and your family the best.
Darling Nikki is just the absolute best. What is Watch The Bride of Farmer? I guess we gotta watch that, right?
Semitism laws to arrest people for up to 5 years for passing out flyers. Meanwhile, he's saying the most vile shit ever about Muslims.
Imagine if you said those things about Israelis.
Yeah, if well, just swap Jew for Muslim. And all your posts get fucking, you know, banned.
Computer login issue. Just explain the computer login issue. You were not able to log into. Your lawsuit contends that you were not able to log into the system. What did you think after you were unable to log into the system?
Let's have a survey. How many of you people believe that's true? Hang on.
Did you communicate?
You asked the question. Let me answer it.
No, let me. No. Did you communicate with anyone that you thought you were fired after you were unable to log into?
The problem with you and your report. Don't cut me off. You asked the question.
Straightforward question.
The problem with you and your baseless reporting is that is an absolute lie. It was never said. It never happened. And I will serve in this administration as long as the president and the attorney general want me to do so. And every time you guys report false lies, every time you guys raise baseless questions, when we are here to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center's $3 million decade-long scheme to fraudulently fleece Americans, you are off topic.
Waffle Jackson has joined the chat. How you doing, buddy? We all miss you. Good to see you again, buddy.
Straightforward question. Did you talk to anybody about whether you thought
the simple answer to your question is you are lying, and every time you do so, I've answered your question. It's simply as follows. I was never locked out of my systems. Anybody who says
your lawsuit says the opposite. Your lawsuit contends.
Anyone that says the opposite is lying.
The lawsuit
Thank you.
that you filed says that.
Look, man, stop. You're being extraordinarily rude, and
You're being extraordinarily rude. There you go. Put him in his spot. What are you doing, man? Have some respect for the man, the FBI man. Come on.
Maybe that's part of your profession, but please just stop. If
maybe that's part of your profession. You're one of those annoying journalists that's an antagonizer.
You ask a question, he can answer it, and then wait, now you're interrupting me. Like, just a little bit of respect, man. Just a tiny little bit. Try it sometime.
Absolutely. Try a little bit of respect. So we got a request to see The Bride of Farmer. All right, so let's see what's going on over here.
The main point seems to be that before any of that political stuff that most people know her for, I was a huge fan before all that.
Hey, it's me, Red Pill Black, otherwise known.
See, the thing is when I found out about her, I wasn't really political at all. I was just an artist, but I lost close friends over the whole BLM ordeal. But during that whole era, Candace was the only voice of light. You remember her holding her phone and recording the whole thought stream in one go? That to me is the real Candace. And I remember
What happened when she was holding her phone and doing the whole thought stream in one go?
even sending my friend these viral clips trying to wake them up. But yeah, I've been watching her from the beginning. So let's quickly go through the others. 1. The whole there's a method to her madness.
Kanye, one of the funniest men on earth. Anyone have any new Kanye clips that are hilarious?
She can only release so much info at a time. You just have to be patient. Well look, I disagree. In this video we'll explain why. 2. The whole book club stuff. Oh, she reveals more info in the book club. Okay, well, the truth is behind a paywall? What are you saying? 3. You're just hating, you're jealous. Absolutely not. Honestly, I'd rather do old world stuff. I'm doing this because I believe I have to. I'm the only one who can do this at this level. 4. I'm some plant that is attacking her. Well, if I tell you that I'm not, you won't believe me. So why don't you just watch the video and then debunk it? Let me just be very clear. It is my goal to not make any claims. I just want to show you what exists in the public and what's in the files. That's it. There really is no excuse. Any other comment is just laziness. Do the work and verify it for yourself. Now let's lock in. A lot of you were very specific in the comments. Her husband. So
That's her husband. That is her husband. And we gotta thank Darling Nikki 3505 for helping everything in the stream.
Thank you for your support. I love you. Wishing you and your family the best.
Oh, Veronica loves you. She's gonna do some push-ups for you. Thank you so much.
I looked into it. And what I found is not what I expected. The video is called The Bride of Farmer. If you've been watching Candace's series on Erica Kirk, The Bride of Charlie, you kind of get it. But let me just quote how she opened that series. She said, quote, "A young woman with absolutely zero professional qualifications has been inserted at the top of an organ."
Yeah, this is The Bride of Farmer. Let's see if you guys can see that. Oh, sorry.
Thank you for your support.
Oops, no.
I love you. Thank you for your...
Oh my gosh, what's going on? Yeah, The Bride of Farmer. Do you see that? It's right there, The Bride of Farmer.
Organization that pulled in over $250 million, and the media is telling you that you have no right to know or to ask anything about her? Then she said, quote, "The public simply wanting to ensure the person who is running that organization is, at a bare minimum, moderately honest about who she says she is. No, that inquiry makes you a monster." End quote. She asked all the right questions about Erica Kirk. Who is this woman? Who inserted her? Why can't we ask questions about her background? Well, I'm gonna ask the same ones about Candace. But before I can show you who she married, I need to show you who she was. Okay, so Candace Owens. Candace grew up in Stamford, Connecticut. She went to the University of Rhode Island to study journalism, but dropped out after her junior year. Never finished a degree. After that, she moved to New York, got an internship at Vogue, worked her way up to a private equity firm in Manhattan, and during all of this, there was zero political involvement.
How does she work her way up in a equity firm, a private equity firm? All right.
Zero conservative commentary. Nothing really. She was just working in fashion and finance in New York.
The 2 F's, fashion and finance.
Then in 2015, she started a company called Degree 180. It was a marketing agency with a blog, and on the blog, Candace Owens published anti-conservative, anti-Republican, and openly anti-Trump content. She wrote about the batshit crazy antics of the Republican Tea Party. So that's what she
I'm getting actress vibes right now, chat. What do you think?
thought of Republicans. She wrote that conservatives would, quote, eventually die off peacefully in their sleep, we hope, and then we can get right on with the obvious social change that needs to happen immediately. So she was quite the activist. Now, I don't want to hold her to that, and again, I want to set the right tone here. We just need to look at the history. I'm not here to make judgments. People change, people grow, but it gets deeper than that. As late as 2016, publishing anti-Trump content, then praising Trump within 12 to 18 months. And now in 2025, she's back criticizing him over foreign policy.
Waffle,
What happened?
Waffle.
In April 2016, Candace launched a Kickstarter for something called Social Autopsy. This is the hinge point of her entire career. Social Autopsy was a website designed to track online bullies by cataloging their real names next to screenshots of their offensive post. Think about what that actually is. It's a public doxing database. You submit a screenshot of someone being mean online, and it gets filed under their real name for anyone to search. She wanted $75,000. She raised about $4,000 before Kickstarter suspended the campaign for violating their terms of service. And the reaction was immediate.
Absolutely.
Everyone hated it. The privacy advocates, free speech people, left and right, all sides came at her. People started doxing Candace herself in retaliation, and Candace blamed the doxing on progressives. Specifically, she pointed at Zoe Quinn, a woman who had been attacked during Gamergate. Now, multiple outlets covered this at the same time: the Daily Beast, Vox, and the word they used was scant evidence. That's their assessment, not mine. And by blaming the left for attacking her, she was suddenly and instantly embraced by the Gamergate crowd. Anti-feminist, pro-Trump internet personalities, people like Milo Yiannopoulos, Mike Cernovich, and the emerging alt-right. So just to be clear about what just happened, a progressive woman tried to build a public doxing database, got attacked by her own side for it, blamed them for it, and overnight became a hero to the other side. The same crowd that should have hated the idea of a doxing website welcomed her with open arms because she pointed the finger at their enemy. That seems like her origin story. And listen to Candace's own words about what happened next. I became a conservative overnight. I realized that liberals were actually the racist. Liberals were actually the trolls. She said that to Dave Rubin. So let me get this straight. A woman that was blogging against Republicans and mocking Trump had her doxing business fail, blamed the left with scant evidence, and decided overnight that she was now a conservative? That was 2016. August 2017. Less than a year and a half later, she starts posting political videos on YouTube. September 2017. She launches a channel called Red Pill Black. Then she posts a vlog about the Charlottesville rally. It gets 80 million views. She comes out of nowhere, then gets 80 million views on this vlog. By the end of September, she's on Fox News with Jesse Waters. Zero political presence to 80 million views in Fox News in under 6 months. No experience, no established platform. Either that's the finest organic rise in political media history, or someone opened the doors. Now I don't know which, but let's look at what happened. November 2017.
Yeah, she is allegedly neighbors with Theo Von, who just has a new movie, Bus Boys. And yeah, go support Theo Von's new movie, Bus Boys, because why not? That guy is hilarious, funny, and we need some comedy in our lives anyways.
Charlie Kirk announces Candace Owens as communications director at Turning Point USA.
Wait, who's an industry plant? Which one? Who?
So 14 months from failed doxing website to one of the most powerful conservative youth organizations in America? Who made that introduction? Nobody's ever answered that publicly. She launched Blexit. Kanye tweeted, "I love the way Candace Owens thinks." Every conservative stage, every Fox News panel, the machine was running at full speed. And then December 2018, she traveled to London with Charlie Kirk for the launch of Turning Point UK. And that's another event we all know. The one where she was attacked over the Austrian painter quote. Now I'm not going to repeat it because that's leftist stuff. You guys know what happened. Multiple TPUSA campus chapters called for a resignation. She would leave TPUSA in May 2019. After that, she joins the Daily Wire in 2021. So she basically stays on script for 3 years, then she clashes with Shapiro in March 2024, and then leaves. She posts, "I'm finally free." By 2025, she's calling Trump a chronic disappointment. She says she's embarrassed she told people to vote for him. Goes fully independent, launches her own show, starts her own Epstein series. That's the career arc. From anti-Trump blogger to conservative overnight, to TPUSA, to Daily Wire, to independent, to the biggest conspiracy theorist in the world. But rewind to that London trip in December 2018. Because while everyone was talking about the comments, something else happened. Candace sat down at a dinner table next to a man she never met before. His name was George Farmer. So apparently, here's what happened next. The Turning Point UK launch was held on December 11th, 2018 at the Royal Automobile Club on Pall Mall in London. The person who organized this event was a man named John Mappin. He's the heir to the Mappin & Webb jewelry fortune, one of the oldest luxury brands in England. And he's a reported Scientologist. He's also a known QAnon promoter. That's who put together the event where Candace met her future husband. Candace had actually been in London doing media all day. She was taping Russell Brand's podcast that same day and showed up late. And at a dinner organized by Paul Joseph Watson, the InfoWars contributor, she sat next to George Farmer. He was the chairman of Turning Point UK, the British version of Charlie Kirk's operation. He was the money guy. He was already installed before Candace and Kirk flew over. Candace later described it as love at first sight. December 12th, they have dinner alone. December 29th, George Farmer proposes to Candace Owens via FaceTime. 18 days after meeting her for the first time. February 14th, 2019, the engagement is publicly announced on Valentine's Day. In May 2019, George runs as a Brexit Party candidate for European Parliament. He doesn't win, but it tells you where his political ambitions are. August 6th, 2019, private ceremony. August 31st, 2019, the celebration at Trump Winery near Charlottesville, Virginia. Eric Trump's the president of the winery. And look at the guest list. Nigel Farage, the leader of the Brexit Party, John Voight, Charlie Kirk, Larry Elder, Paul Joseph Watson, and Jerry Falwell Jr., the president of Liberty University who would later resign in his own scandal. They wore red Make Weddings Great Again hats. From first handshake to wedding, 264 days. Less than 9 months. From first handshake to proposal, 18 days. And when asked why, George said he heard a voice telling him to propose. So a voice told him. Now maybe it is just love at first sight. Maybe God really did just tell him. But before you decide that, you need to know who George Farmer actually is. Because once you do, the 18 days starts looking very different.
Oh my gosh, a blurred image. So this is her in? Absolutely.
Okay, so George Farmer. Most Candace fans couldn't tell you a single thing about this man. His full legal name is George Thomas Shohei Farmer. Born in London, went to St. Paul's School, one of the oldest and most elite private schools in England, founded.
Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications so we're going live every single day of 2026. And become a member if you would so like to, because we're getting breaking news like this. The Bride of Farmer, thank you so much for your super chat.
In 1509. From there, he went to St. Peter's College, Oxford, to study theology. Got a first-class honors
For sure, make it free. Don't try to make money off of Charlie Kirk. What are you doing?
degree, which means he wasn't just at Oxford to party. He was academically serious. But remember that name, Shohei. We'll come back to it. But first, his father. And where he comes from is a level of wealth and political power that most people have never been anywhere near. George's father is Michael Shohei Farmer, and as of September 5th, 2014, his official title is Baron Farmer.
Chunky baby doll. Everything is about the new monkey Bible to keep animals on Earth when Armageddon hits. Please explain yourself. Would love to know more. Thank you for your chat, buddy.
Of Bishopsgate in the City of London. He sits in the
Darling Nikki with another $2 USD super chat. Thank you so much. Wait, it circles back to trying to get me banned, dude. Island Man E. Ironic much?
Thank you for your support. I love you. Wishing you and your family the best.
Go on and do your push-ups, Veronica. Everybody loves you.
House of Lords. He is a life peer in the British government. Lord Farmer made his fortune in metals trading. His nickname in the industry was Mr. Copper, because at one point, his company was the single largest trader of physical copper and nickel on the planet. He ran this operation from 1989 to 2000, and in 2000, he sold it. Guess who bought it? Enron, for $448 million. Yes, that Enron. And what's wild is Lord Farmer cashed out right before Enron collapsed. He sold at the absolute peak, after Enron imploded and destroyed thousands of people's pensions and savings. Lord Farmer walked away with $448 million and went on to co-found a hedge fund called Red Kite Group, which at its peak was managing $3.5 billion and was supplying roughly 15% of China's copper consumption. The family is worth an estimated £150 million, 12-bedroom London mansion, properties in France, Morocco, Belgium, and a large estate in Tennessee where Candace and George now live. Now here's the thing. How did Lord Farmer get his title? Lord Farmer is one of the largest individual donors in the history of the British Conservative Party. He donated over £6.4 million. Some sources put it as high as 8 to 9 million when you include all affiliated donations. He served as co-treasurer of the Conservative Party from 2011 to 2015. And on September 5th, 2014, while he was still serving as party treasurer, he was created a life peer, Baron Farmer of Bishopsgate in the City of London, and given a permanent seat in the House of Lords. There's an investigation by Open Democracy that looked into this pattern. What they found is that every single former Conservative Party treasurer who donated at least £3 million was offered a seat in the House of Lords. Every one. And Lord Farmer, when the Sunday Times asked him about this directly, quote, "There has been a tradition of ennobling party treasurers," end quote. A tradition? And in the House of Lords, Lord Farmer has voted 81 times. He has never once voted against the Conservative Party whip.
Jigsaw, you are a hero.
81 for 81. Before the marriage, George was a partner at Red Kite, his father's hedge fund, from July 2017. He reportedly made £5 million in profit in a single month. After the marriage, the career gets interesting. He co-founded Redfield and Wilton Strategies, a political polling firm, in January 2020. Then he became COO and later CEO of Parler, the free speech social media platform, from March 2021 to April 2023. Then he became the executive director and shareholder of GB News, the UK media outlet, from September 2023. So that's hedge fund, polling, social media platform, news network. All in 5 years. But publicly, I'm exclusively interested in faith. Now go back to the 18 days. Now can we be real? A woman who became conservative overnight in 2016, whose entire political career was 14 months old, who had just embarrassed herself with the you-know-who comments and was being pushed out of TPUSA, sits next to this man at a dinner his organization arranged, and within 18 days, the son of a lord, whose family is worth 150 million pounds, decides she's the one.
Anyone notice her hand sign there? That's not a cool sign, especially coming from a Christian. I think she states that she's a Christian, right? That's not a very Christian hand sign, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026, and become a member, please, because I love you, and we're developing the best community here on YouTube.
Now the name. Shohei. Lord Farmer's full name is...
Yeah, if she's a Catholic, she should definitely not be throwing up those finger signals. That is not cool. Lorna saw that immediately. My goodness. Yeah, all right. So I'm not the only one that saw that. Come on, Candace, dude. Don't throw those two fingers up, girl. What you doing?
Michael Shohei Farmer. George is George Thomas Shohei Farmer. Every generation carries that name. The Shohei surname is Swiss. 61% concentrated in the canton of Zurich, records going back to the 13th century. Now some of my viewers have claimed this is Swiss Templar bloodline. I'll have to look into that more, but what I can tell you is the name is Swiss and it's centuries old. And this family carried it from the continental European commodity trading world into the British House of Lords in one generation. Okay, but let's talk about what George did at Oxford, because this is the part that neither Candace nor George ever talk about. At Oxford University, George Farmer was the president of the Bullingdon Club. Now, if you're American, you may not know what this is, but if you're British, you know exactly what this is, and you know it means something very specific about a person who was in it. The Bullingdon Club was founded around 1780, all male, invitation only. You can't apply. You have to come from one of the wealthiest families in the country, and existing members select you. The uniform alone cost £3,500. So what do? They hold grand dinners at expensive venues, and then they destroy them. That's the tradition. Smash the place up, pay for the damage in cash. The initiation involves members invading your room and destroying everything you own while you watch. Police have been called to Bullingdon events.
Sounds like rock stars of the 80s going into hotel rooms, just throwing TVs off of balconies. My goodness.
George Farmer was president in 2010 when police were called to Hartwell House Hotel for criminal damage. Okay, but here's why any of this matters. There's some important people in this club. 2 kings, Edward VII and Edward VIII. 3 prime ministers, David Cameron, Boris Johnson, Archibald Primrose, the 5th Earl of Rosebery. 2 chancellors of the Exchequer, George Osborne, Lord Randolph Churchill, Winston Churchill's father, Nat Rothschild. That's the photo they tried to suppress during their political careers. Cameron, Boris, all of them. This club has produced more British heads of state per capita than any organization in the country. So for Americans, this is basically Skull and Bones at Yale. Same structure, same function, 3 US presidents from Skull and Bones, 3 UK prime ministers, and 2 kings from the Bullingdon Club. George Farmer was the president of it. Now we're just getting started. You know what's even crazier? This all connects to the files. There's an email in the EFT archives, EFTA 02416209. It's from a man named Nick Lees writing to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Lees was close to Epstein. Epstein called him my boy. He was based in Singapore. And in this email, Lees is discussing British politics and he writes, quote, Eton, Oxford, Bullingdon running the country. What a wheeze. That's a private email to Epstein from a man he considered family. And in a separate email from the same Nick Lees, he introduces Jeffrey Epstein to a woman named Nicole Junkermann. If you know about Epstein research, you've probably heard that name. Junkermann is a known Epstein associate connected to Ehud Barak. Lees writes to Epstein, my great friend Nicole Junkermann is considering moving to Singapore. May I have her call you? EFTA 02414840. I'm gonna call this one the Rosetta Stone. Prince Andrew writes to Epstein, quote, you should know that I was seeing David Rowland, my trusted money man who you should know from a long time ago. He saw Hugo Swire, the new Minister of State Northern Ireland, and Hugo asked him a very direct question about whether or not I was still seeing you. David Rowland, Conservative Party's largest donor and designated treasurer, forced to resign because the press called him a shady financer.
Go on, Donnie. We gotta help the UK. Waffle Jackson made a request, and we gotta listen to Waffle Jackson, y'all. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026, and become a member if you would so like to. It helps so much.
Prince Andrew calls him my trusted money man, and Hugo Swire, a Foreign Office minister, is asking whether Andrew is still seeing Epstein. In the same email chain, Epstein writes to Andrew, I know you're seeing Jess Staley this morning. He's like family and can be trusted. Jess Staley, JP Morgan CEO, later Barclays CEO, like family. The documents show he visited Epstein's Island with his wife, flight numbers in EFTA 02025420. He sent his daughter's resume to Epstein.
Wait a minute. Darling Nikki says the files. She accuses everyone else of being in. Is she in the files?
Epstein writes back to Andrew about Swire. I used to shoot with Hugo. His great friend, Nick Lees, is coming to see me next week. Shooting parties with a Foreign Office minister, and Nick Lees, who jokes about Bullingdon running the country, is the same Nick Lees Epstein then connects to Nicole Junkermann. Junkermann, EFTA 02342424, forwards surveillance tech updates to two people, Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister, and Jeffrey Epstein. Same email, same time. EFTA 02426782.
Go on and get your coffee, Jigsaw. What you waiting for?
Nat Rothschild, Bullingdon Club, sends a private deal called Project Concordia to Jess Staley at JP Morgan. Lord Mandelson forwards the entire chain to Epstein with two words. Interesting. Protect. EFTA 01889668. Remember I said George Osborne, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Bullingdon Club? His chief of staff was a man named Ian Osborne. And Ian Osborne emailed Jeffrey Epstein directly. Subject line, confidential. Quote, I spoke to George Osborne.
Thank you, darling Nikki. We all love you. We all need you. Thank you so much.
He is certain that Jess's name was never put to him for a yes-no on Barclays, and he's equally certain that he would not have opposed it. So the Chancellor of Exchequer's own Chief of Staff feeding confidential information about banking appointments to Jeffrey Epstein. About Jess Staley, the same man Epstein called like family. And in a separate email, EFTA 01876305, Epstein's assistant Leslie Groff writes, quote, you have mentioned Ian Osborne and Peter Thiel. The same Ian Osborne arranging Peter Thiel meetings for Epstein while feeding him confidential.
Island, man. My goodness. Bob is Alive 22 says, I'd love to see Candace fraud info. My goodness. How much heat would that bring?
confidential intelligence from the Chancellor's office. EFTA 024-18723. Prince Andrew brokering David Rowland's Luxembourg private bank to Epstein for, quote, your undecided Chinese? Andrew writes, perhaps this is an avenue for your undecided Chinese, and he agrees that concentration should be on who pays who and when. And Lord Mandelson himself, EFTA 018-38629, states directly that, quote, Lord Mandelson was introduced to Mr. Epstein a decade before by his then partner, Ghislaine Maxwell, who along with her father and other members of her family, Lord Mandelson had known for many years. Ghislaine Maxwell was personally introducing British lords to Jeffrey Epstein. And in another email, Mandelson writes to Epstein, quote, need a lord on the board? And in a separate document, Epstein asked Mandelson to arrange a House of Lords tour for his 15-year-old goddaughter. And Mandelson's first question, the very first thing he writes back is, how old? How old? Now what's her name? Now when does she want to come? How old? Yeah. And then there's EFTA 000-37470. This is a UK National Crime Agency intelligence report sent to the FBI in June 2020. It's about a woman named Claire Guinness, or Lady Claire Iva, Countess of Iva, married into the Guinness brewing dynasty. Quote, Claire Iva was allegedly a close contact of Epstein and traveled and stayed with him on multiple occasions. And her current position, the one the NCA flagged in the report, President of the NSPCC, the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, the UK's main child protection charity. In the emails, she's sending Epstein property listings. Coco Chanel's house in the south of France. And she writes, quote, you could put in super cool for girls, even without aircon. Smiley faces. The president of the child protection charity emailing Jeffrey Epstein about properties that are super cool for girls. Now I need to be clear, George Farmer is not in the Epstein files. His father, Lord Farmer, is not directly named in the EFTA documents. I'm not gonna fabricate a connection that doesn't exist. I'm not saying the Farmers are a part of any network. I'm saying this is the world they operate in. And this world has documents. The exact same role Lord Farmer held, Conservative Party treasurer, that's Prince Andrew's trusted money man in the files. The club that George Farmer ran is in the files. That's the one Epstein Circle jokes about running the country. In the House of Lords that his father was given a seat in, that's where Mandelson asked, how old, about a 15-year-old girl. So can we all be honest? 18 days is a little strange. Not just a little. 9 months later, she's married at a Trump property with the leader of Brexit as a guest.
Just so y'all know, we help the community over here. What should Jigsaw do? Come on, help Jigsaw out a little bit. And look at this amazing picture. Trump with his smile, and we have Candace Owens over here with her gorgeous smile.
And both of them call it love at first sight. God's plan. A voice told him. In December 2024, episode 119, George sat down for his first real interview in over 5 years of marriage, and he said this, quote, there are many different women I'm married to because I'm never quite sure who I'm gonna get in one day. You know, it's like someday I'm gonna get one personality, and the next day it's this personality. And then you've got your investigative journalist hat on, and then you've got your mother's hat on, and then you've got your Catholic hat on. He's joking, it's a husband joke, but given everything this series has covered about programming, about people who switch between personas depending on who's watching, I'll let you sit with that. No, in my...
And how important is it for people to actually be true to themselves and not just switch personas depending on who's watching, honestly?
Opinion, from what I've seen publicly, the on-camera dynamic between her and Charlie reads differently than her and George. That's not evidence. I'm not in their house. I'll let you be the judge. Okay, so let me show you something. Back in July 2025, before...
Nah, bro, we gotta cancel it. When it starts talking about Island Man, we gotta cancel it. Come on, what are we doing over here?
Before the documents dropped, Candace launched a whole Epstein series, Dead Men Tell No Tales, 2.2 million views. The Midas Touch, 2 million. Why did they change their tune on Epstein? 1.8 million. So she's building up, she has all this anticipation, millions of people watching, so she's building herself up essentially as an Epstein researcher.
So she's living in a separate house from her husband? Is that what I'm hearing, darling Nikki? Honestly? What type of marriage is that? My goodness.
The one to go through the files when they come out. February 1st, 2026, 3 million documents drop. Now let's see what she did after that. In 6 weeks, she's uploaded around 100.
I will not encourage anyone to F the Island Man.
Videos. Bride of Charlie episode.
Okay, so that's accurate. Darling Nikki just confirmed. Yes, Candace Owens lives in a separate house from her husband. My goodness. My goodness. What type of woman is that, broski?
Episodes 1, 5.3 million views. Episode
DJ Terrorist is an arranged marriage. Looks like it.
2, 3.4. Episode 3, 2.8. And then
5 miles away from her husband? Oh my goodness, wasting gas money just to see her man.
Open letter to Erica Kirk, 3.9 million. 7 full episodes, plus 20 something clips, all Erica Kirk, over 30 million views just on the Kirk content. Her ball episode did 2.8 million, but look at the description. It's Jay-Z on the Epstein list. Nicki Minaj says your favorite artists are in a satanic cult. In the Charlie Kirk assassination timeline. It's just entertainment. That's not a woman researching, going through the filings. Now here's what happened while I was making the last few videos. She launched Bride of Charlie to go after Eric.
Jigsaw, we got 50-50 on one poll, and we got 78% to play ESO. So it's up to you, buddy, but that's what the poll says.
Occurred. She accused a dead man's widow of being an intelligence plant. She suggested Erica has connections to Epstein through a remodeling agency. TPA USA said Erica never worked there, and no verified evidence has been presented publicly. In the episode where she tried to make that connection, did Erica Kirk know Jeffrey Epstein? Dropped on March 11th, 2026. You know what else dropped on March 11th? Part 5 of this series. The same exact day.
Dropping March 11th, part 5 of the series. And Jason Beatrice 7362 asking some hot, spicy questions, saying, "Hey, darling Nikki, does Candace and Theo spend time alone?" Question mark. My goodness.
And then, within 48 hours of part 5 going up, Candace posted about Project Monarch on X. She's mentioned MK Ultra before in passing.
Candace's kids call Theo Uncle Theo? Alright, broski. Alright. Go on.
She did an episode in 2022, but a specific post about Project Monarch within 48 hours of our part 5, talking about how the world will soon know. Now people may see this as good, however, look at the language she is using and the direction. Now I'm not saying she copied me or stole my work or anything, I'm saying she saw it. And if she saw it, then that means she might know what's in the files about her husband's world. She told you she knows all about Project Monarch. Okay, then make the video. Not about Erica Kirk, about this, about the Bullingdon Club, about the Bull, about everything we just showed you. Your fans deserve that. And I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she's building up to it. But my issue is, well, we know she likes to talk about the ball stuff, right? I'm gonna say bail so it's a little bit easier. So she made the video, Bail So Hard, and on March 12th, she tweets some wild stuff about bail to Ben Shapiro. So you guys know she talks about bail constantly. Okay, so let me show you some crazy stuff, because I don't think she's looked hard enough. Now look at her husband's club, the Bullingdon Club. Say it slowly. Bullingdon. The oldest records spell it Bullsden in 1179, Bullandina in 1231. English Place Name Society records it as Bull's Valley from Old English. The club's nickname is the Buller. Airmail ran a headline about them. You mess with the Buller, you get the horns. In Oxford itself, the city where this club operates, Oxford comes from Old English Oxenoforda, Ford of the Oxen, the Bull Club in the Ox City. Now look where his father operates. Lord Farmer's full title is Baron Farmer of Bishopsgate in the City of London. And the City of London is not regular London. It is a 1 square mile financial enclave with its own charter from 1067. That's older than the Magna Carta. It has its own police force, it has business-dominated elections where companies vote, not just people. And it has something called the Remembrancer, an unelected official who has sat in Parliament since 1571 protecting this city's interest. That is where Lord Farmer's title is anchored. And this square mile has been reset before. In 1666, the Great Fire burned for 4 days and destroyed 4/5 of the City of London. 13,200 houses, 87 churches, 52 guide halls. The entire medieval city was gone. And guess what? Only 6 people officially died. And keep in mind that 100,000 had already been wiped out by the plague the year before. So, back to back, 1665, plague, 1666, fire. Now the question is, who rebuilt it? The rebuild was controlled by a 6-man commission, and 2 of those men were Christopher Wren and Robert Hooke, both members of the Royal Society. The Royal Society was founded in 1660, just 6 years before the fire, and it grew out of something called the Invisible College, which is a term from the Rosicrucian pamphlets. Their founding member included Elias Ashmole, whose own diary confirms he was initiated into a Masonic lodge in 1646, and Sir Robert Moray, who Gresham College themselves described as, quote, soldier, scientist, spy, Freemason, and founder of Royal Society. And they have a memorial they built that's 202 feet tall.
Dropping the spy word right there, my goodness.
Exactly 202 feet from where the fire started. Yeah, why don't you multiply that by 3? It's not just a memorial. It was designed as a zenith telescope with an underground laboratory beneath it for gravity experiments. So it's a scientific instrument disguised as a public monument? And when Wren walked through the ruins of old St. Paul's Cathedral, he found a stone fragment with one word on it. Resurgam, Latin for I shall rise again. He carved that word and the phoenix into the new cathedral.
So is this an image of Lee Plans interviewing Uncle Theo and Candace? What's happening over here? You guys see this? My goodness, dude. My goodness.
Cathedral. Order out of chaos. And underneath that square mile, 7 meters below Bloomberg's European headquarters on Walbrook Street, there's a Roman temple, built around 240 AD, discovered in 1954 on a World War II bomb site. It's a temple to Mithras. Let me walk you through what this actually was, because most people have only heard the name and maybe seen the image. Mithraism was a mystery religion in ancient Roman times focused on the god Mithras that dominated the Roman Empire for centuries. It was the religion of the military, of officers, of administrators, of the people who actually ran things. And it was entirely secret.
I'm just curious. You guys gonna ask me about my drinks? Like what we enjoyed over there? What type of microphone I'm using here? And Candace Owens is her outfit and his t-shirt. You know, his t-shirt is great. But this is Uncle Theo. We got the pool in the background. We got a bunch of things. Sorry about my hair. You know, the hair is a little weird. I did some push-ups earlier. I tried to do a little pump, but like it was 6 hours after that. So like, you know, obviously the pump wasn't as good, but you know, I'm trying with my life.
Now, Surface Wiki will only tell you so much, but essentially, this is an ancient cult with a bull sacrifice ritual with the purpose of creating a god. Sounds crazy, but stay with me. You see this?
That's all AI, my brother. Yeah, I created all that stuff just like on the fly right now. And I share all that stuff with my members. So make sure you all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications, and make sure you become a member if you want, because I can teach you all these things that I just do on the fly. But anyways, I love you. The Lord loves you.
That image is called a tauroctony. Mithras drives the dagger into the bull's throat. A scorpion is clamped onto the bull's private parts, attacking its generative power. A dog and a snake are drinking directly from the open wound, consuming the blood. A raven watches from above as the messenger. And from the body of the bull, from its spinal cord and blood, wheat and vine grow. Life from death, generation from sacrifice. Now the question is, why do we see the same Phrygian cap on Mithras that we see on the MAGA in every Renaissance fresco? Why is that same cap worn by the French Masons and assigned to Libertas? Are we not supposed to notice this? Let's go deeper. Do you know what a taurobolium is? It's kind of hard to find if you don't know where to look. The fossa sanguinis, the pit. They dig a trench into the ground and cover it with a wooden platform with holes drilled through it. Then, the initiate goes down into the pit. A bull is led onto the platform above them and sacrificed with a consecrated spear. And everything that comes out of that animal pours down through the perforations into the person below. The 4th century poet Prudentius, who saw this with his own eyes, describes what happens next. They emerge from the pit, renatus in aeternum, reborn for eternity, purified of all past actions, regarded as the equal of God, reborn.
What is this? Some type of like cult ritual? What's happening over here?
Remember part 4? Renovatio? At the soldier grade, they brand a cross into your forehead with a hot iron to mark you as property of the deity. 7 grades of initiation. Corax the Raven, through Pater the Father. Each one compartmentalized so you only knew the mysteries of your own level and below. Keep in mind, this was not a fringe religion on the edges of the empire. This was the dominant faith of the Roman military and administrative class.
So we asked Jigsaw to send us a selfie cooking, and we got a selfie of Jigsaw cooking up. Here, look at that. He's cooking up his eggs. He's got some veggies all up in the mix. He's got some salad. Thank you so much, Jigsaw, for sending this selfie over here. Very awesome to see you.
The temples cluster along every militarized frontier. Hadrian's Wall, the Rhine, the Danube, North Africa. The people who actually ran the empire were in these underground temples around the sacrifice of a bull. And when the Catholic Church suppressed Mithraism in the 4th century, it didn't disappear. It changed form.
Jigsaw, put some more clothes on, man. You're showing too much ear over here, man. What are you doing over there? Come on, buddy.
The historian H.L. Haywood traced the transmission from Mithraism into Manichaeism, and then into the Paulicians, then into the medieval Cathars and Waldensians, underground movements that were hunted as heretics for centuries but never fully.
And there we go. Barry trying to get us banned again. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every day of 2026. Become a member because it helps so much. Thank you so much.
Fully destroyed. Then the Knights Templar. 9 ranks, accusations of secret initiation rituals and idol worship so specific that mainstream historians still argue about whether they were fabricated or real. Let's remember that even Crowley claimed Baphomet, the idol the Templars were accused of worshipping, was derived from Father Mithras, Pater Mithras, the highest grade of the cult. And then, Freemasonry. Albert Pike, the most authoritative Masonic writer who ever lived, in Morals and Dogma, 1871, explicitly describes the Mithraic 7-grade ladder as a Masonic symbol. 7 altars consecrated to 7 planets. The candidate passing through 7 stages of initiation through fearful trials. He called Freemasonry the modern era of the ancient mysteries. That's the supreme commander of the Scottish Rite. Michael Tessarian maps this all out. Adonism, to Mithras, to Sol Invicti, to Christianity, to Templarism, to Freemasonry, to the British Empire. Same cult, different centuries, different clothes. Okay, so now let's talk about British intelligence. The structure of MI5 and MI6 is the Mithraic structure. Compartmentalized information, need to know clearance levels, graded hierarchy, oath-bound secrecy, recruitment by selection, not application, secular rank irrelevant inside the apparatus. And even the Nazis knew it. Heinrich Himmler was obsessed with the idea that British intelligence was being run as a Rosicrucian order with the cult adepts in charge of MI5. And was he wrong? John Dee, 1527 to 1608, Queen Elizabeth's court astronomer, alchemist, ceremonial magician, and spy, signed his intelligence letters to the Queen with the symbol 007. This is where Ian Fleming got it. Aleister Crowley confirmed MI5 and MI6.
We got Base Logic jumping in on the chat saying Crowley was a grifter. My goodness. DJ Terrorist says, you ever heard of a bullfight? No, what's going on with the bullfight? But, you know, this is wild. I don't know if you guys ever saw this picture, but what's going on over here with Uncle Theo? Like, this is... Like, have you guys seen this? Like, what's actually going on here? Like, maybe he was playing soccer and then, you know, he was like, you know, I scored a few goals. You know, Candace, can you just massage the feet a little bit, girl?
Asset. Declassified US military intelligence file says he was an employee of the British government on official business. Crowley is the one who said Baphomet comes from Pater Mithras. His disciple.
Yes, absolutely. That is AI. That is not accurate. That is not accurate. I just made that. That is AI. Winnie the Brew. Thank you so much for jumping in on the chat. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026.
Maxwell Knight ran MI5's counter-subversion section B5B and is widely considered to be the model for M in the Bond novels. Knight brought the occult novelist Dennis Wheatley into Churchill's wartime deception planning. Fleming knew all of them, based Le Chiffre on Crowley's appearance, named his agent after Dee's signature, and devised a plan with Knight to use Crowley to interrogate captured Nazi Rudolf Hess by exploiting Hess's known obsession with the occult. This is documented in Richard Spence's Secret Agent 666. And then there's the bowling den. I would assume that Candace has heard of it. Now, I don't know how much she knows, but I do remember seeing this clip, which is pretty crazy. It would seem Candace knows about Tartaria.
I don't really know what's up and what's down, to be honest with you. I don't even believe in the moon landing.
Tartaria.
So, there you go. There's another one. There's something there. That's very funny. That would.
Giant, the Tom 40 We love you. Everybody loves you, brother. Thank you so much. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026. And become a member if you desire to do so.
Kidding.
Okay, but I already showed you who was in it. The kings, the prime ministers, the Rothschilds, and we went over the EFTA connections. But let's go a little deeper. So if you know what Tartaria is, then you'll understand.
Chat, do you believe in Tartaria or not really?
They destroy old world buildings. It's literally a destruction club. A vandalism club.
Wait, hold on. If they're the ones that destroyed Tartaria, this is wild. This is like going towards history. My goodness, dude. They are enemies of history, basically.
I went through every documented Bullingdon incident on record that I could find, and in 1890.
Vicky L.A. Barbosa says Tartarians exist. My goodness. Do you have any facts to base that? Winnie the Ruse says, yes, I believe there was a Tartaria.
1994, they smashed 468 windows in Peckwater Quad at Christchurch. That building is Grade 1 listed, one of the earliest examples of Palladian architecture in England. Built in 1706 on a site that goes back to 1246. Grade 1 is the highest designation in the country. Only 2.5% of all protected buildings receive it. In 2005, they destroyed a pub called the White Hart in Fifield.
Chucky Baby Doll says America and Russia went to space with native DNA. She's just jealous they took Native Americans. Do we believe that we all went? Mr. One Boston, we've been missing you, brother. Where you been, dude? We have been missing you, man. Welcome back. Good to see you. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every day of 2026. And become a member. It helps so much.
Grade 2 star, built around 1442 as a charitable hospital for the poor. Princess Diana's nephew organized that dinner, and he got fined 80 pounds. In 2010, they vandalized the Hartwell House, another Grade 1, a Jacobean mansion from 1570, where the exiled King of France signed the document accepting his crown. They started a fire inside the King's Arms, Oxford's oldest pub.
And I gotta read this for Ido Wido. So the content on this channel is intended for entertainment, commentary, and satirical purposes only. Views expressed are opinions, interpretations, and comedic takes on publicly available information should not be taken as statements of fact. This channel may include parody, exaggeration, and humor in the style of political satire. Any references to individuals, organizations, or events are part of a commentary and are not intended to assert factual claims. Nothing presented on this channel should be considered legal, financial, medical, or professional advice. Viewer discretion is advised. By watching, you acknowledge that this content is for entertainment and commentary purposes only. And we do use AI. I'm sorry, but we just gotta get a laugh somehow.
Licensed since 1607. They trashed the Tudor Room at Weston Manor, a 15th century manor built inside a 13th century moat. Every single venue on record is a historically protected building. They don't just smash up chain restaurants. It would seem they go after old world architecture. And the newspapers in 1894 described the morning after Peckwater Quad as looking like, quote, the explosion of a bomb. The initiation follows the exact pattern we just traced. Mithras, to the Templars, to Freemasonry, death, and rebirth. I already told
Barry, you're great, bro, as long as you don't get me banned.
you about the initiation, how they destroy your room while you watch. Why? And what is that?
Tammy Spears 1672 says these clubs rearranged history. Are there clubs that try to preserve history? Absolutely. What a great question. Like, seriously, how important is history and culture, and just getting to understand people's different types of music, food, communication, jokes? It's so important. Like, preserve history and just love people for who they are. Black, white, Mexican, Asian, Indian, this, that, yada yada. It doesn't matter. Just love people for who they are.
What does that even mean? Radek Sikorsky, who went on to become the foreign minister of Poland, describes what happened to him. He said in the middle of the night, a dozen screaming figures burst into his room and demolished everything he owned. And then after everything was destroyed, Boris Johnson walked up, shook his hand, and said, "Congratulations, man. You've been chosen." So in a way, that's the rebirth. Think about it. What other logical explanation is there for doing this? It makes no sense.
So these people are destroying things to do what?
And the landlord of that pub they destroyed in 2005 said, "Each time I pulled one of them out of the melee, they apologized to me and were extremely polite, but then jumped right back in. It seems like some kind of ritual." So why are they doing rituals? Apparently, members also swear a code of silence they call Omerta. Boris Johnson, when reminded of the club, reportedly whispers Omerta, Omerta under his breath. An insider who spoke to the Daily Beast called it, quote, institutionalized bad behavior where you're rewarded for getting drunk and doing as much damage as possible. Institutionalized? That's fraternal language. This is what you want to be connected with, Candace? And if so, why won't you talk about it in more detail? I do see that you're talking about Freemasons and rituals related to Charlie Kirk, but this is definitely all connected. Evelyn Waugh attended Oxford in the 1920s and watched the Bullingdon firsthand. He put them in his novel, Decline and Fall, as the Bullinger Club, and described their dinners as the sound of the English county families baying for broken glass. Tom Dryburgh, who was there at Oxford with Waugh, said his satire was, quote, a mild account of the night of any bullying.
All right, everyone's got to stop everything and go to David Reed's house and find his right earbud ASAP. This is unacceptable. It needs to be right where he put it. Right earbud needs to be found absolutely fast. Otherwise, everybody's in trouble.
Bullingdon Club dinner in Christchurch. Such a profusion of glass I never saw until the height of the Blitz. He's talking about the German bombing of London in World War II. After 1894, the club was banned from meeting within 15 miles of Oxford.
The Irish never miss. Check your right earbud, buddy.
Yet they came back. Winston Churchill himself, speaking in Parliament in 1910, this is Hansard, the permanent record. He said the sons of other classes may commit many of the same kind of offenses, and in boisterous and exuberant moments, whether at Oxford or anywhere else, may do things for which the working classes are committed to prison. Basically, we're the elite class and we can do what we want. If the working class does this, you go to prison.
Oxford Freemasons. Speaking about Oxford Freemasons, what is going on over here? Candace Owens at a birthday party, just Theragun on the back of Theo Von with this nice pool over here. Did they go inside the pool? What's going on, dude?
Also, did you know that there is a Masonic lodge at Oxford called Apollo University Lodge number 357? You can only join if you've matriculated at the university. 3 Bullingdon Club members were initiated into this one lodge. Prince Leopold, Queen Victoria's youngest son, Bullingdon member, initiated into Apollo Lodge in May 1874. Provincial Grand Master of Oxfordshire by age 22. The Masonic press was openly discussing making him Grand Master of all England before he died at 30 from hemophilia. His brother, Edward VII, Grand Master of England for 27 years, personally proposed him for membership. Roger Lumley, 11th Earl of Scarborough, in the 1925 Bullingdon Club photograph, initiated into the same Apollo Lodge on the 3rd of May 1923. Roger Lumley became the Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge of England, the highest Masonic office in the country, for 16 years, 1951 to 1967. He achieved what Leopold was being groomed for before he died: Bullingdon dinner jacket to Grand Master's regalia. And then Cecil Rhodes, Bullingdon member, initiated into Apollo Lodge in 1877. And on the same day he became a life member, the same day he sat down and wrote.
The same day he became a life member, for some reason, Candace Owens wanted to help Theo Von do some yoga. I guess they were working on some type of yoga thing in the backyard of a billionaire's birthday party. I don't know what she's wearing here, but she might be sponsored by this thing. I don't know if it's an advertisement, but
What he called his confession of faith. In it, he wrote, "I become a member of the Masonic Order. I see the wealth and power they possess. Why should we not form a secret society with but one object? The furtherance of the British Empire." And then this. "We should have its members placed at our universities and our schools and should watch the English youth passing through their hands." And he did it. The Society of the Elect in 1891, modeled on the Jesuits and Freemasonry, which became the Round Table Movement, which became the Rhodes Scholarship, which is still operating out of Oxford today. And it's not just the Bullingdon Club. There's a web.
Rage Reels 26 jumping in on the chat saying, "We all know what they do." My goodness, let me know.
The Gridiron Club, founded 1884, the political networking arm. David Cameron was a member of both the Bullingdon and the Gridiron simultaneously, 1987 to 1988. He ran the Destruction Club and the Power Club at the same time. John le Carré, the spy novelist, was a Gridiron member while working for both MI5 and MI6 as a
Mr. One Boston, send it to me, brother. Send it. Are you gonna send it in the Discord?
student at Oxford. Rory Stewart, Gridiron member. His father
John McCaff wants to see it too. 1790. Thank you for jumping in on the chat.
was vice chief of MI6. And Stewart chaired something called La Cercle, a secret invitation-only foreign policy forum that the conservative MP Alan Clark described in his diaries as, quote, funded by the CIA. Stewart never declared this to Parliament. Then there's the Piers Gaveston Society, named after the rumored lover of King Edward II. There's
Awesome, brother. Excited to see it. And for all y'all who want to join the Discord, we have a Discord on the YouTube homepage. So make sure y'all like, subscribe, turn on those notifications. We're going live every single day of 2026. And become a member if you want to.
12 members. Guests loaded onto buses with blacked out windows and driven to a field. Phones confiscated. NDAs signed? The events are described as transgressive. Cameron was allegedly in this one too. Gottfried von Bismarck, great-grandson of the German Chancellor, was in both the Piers Gaveston and the Bullingdon. And underneath all of these, the oldest one, the Phoenix Common Room at Brasenose College, founded 1782. Again, 12 members. Brown tailcoats. A silver phoenix figurine sits at the table as their 13th member. In the 1820s, Brasenose housed its own Hellfire Club chapter with satanic toast. 2 members died in connection with devil worship rituals. Edward Lee Trafford in 1834 and John Woodhouse in 1840. Woodhouse reportedly died upon toasting the devil and was found dragged through the bars of a window. The satanic toasts were abolished after that. Now that Hellfire chapter at Brasenose wasn't the original. The real Hellfire Club was founded by Sir Francis Dashwood in the 70s.
Alex Cleary says, I burned a hole in my t-shirt with the F word someplace in there. I was wondering, do you think I should give, like, for the next 10 members of the channel, I should give them a Elite Plans t-shirt? What do you guys think?
1740s. He called it the Order of the Friars of St. Francis of Wickham. They met at Medmenham Abbey on the Thames, a ruined Cistercian monastery that Dashwood rebuilt specifically for the order. And above the entrance he carved a phrase, "Do what thou wilt." Aleister Crowley used the exact same words as the central law of his religion, Thelema, 150 years later. It would seem Crowley inherited it from Dashwood, who took it from Rabelais, who wrote it as the motto of a fictional abbey in 1534. But apparently, Dashwood made it real. He built the abbey in stone. Interestingly, Candace talks about this. She calls them Frankists. Jacob Frank, 18th century, a sect whose central doctrine was redemption through sin. Cross every line, break every law, that's how you reach God. She calls it a satanic cult masquerading as something else. Same doctrine, same century. Dashwood carved "Do What Thou Wilt" above a door in England in the 1740s, and Frank was preaching redemption through sin in Poland in the 1750s. She's looking at the 18th century version of this philosophy in Eastern Europe. The English version was meeting at a rebuilt abbey on the Thames. The membership of Dashwood's Hellfire Club reads like government. The Earl of Sandwich, the First Lord of the Admiralty running through Royal Navy, the Earl of Bute, Prime Minister by 1762, John Wilkes, the most famous radical politician in England, and Benjamin Franklin. Franklin visited Mendham multiple times during his years in London. In 1998, during renovations of Franklin's London house at 36 Craven Street, workers found the remains of at least 10 people buried in the basement, 6 of them children. Underneath Dashwood's estate at West Wickham, the caves are still there. They're a quarter mile deep into the chalk.
All right, so we had a poll, and out of 31 votes, we asked Candace Owens and Theo Von more than just friends, and 77% said no. Good to know, good to know.
Opening into a series of chambers, the last one called the Inner Temple, and to reach it you cross an underground river they named the River Styx, the River of the Dead. You cross it, you enter the temple, you come back reborn. But think about it. Oxford, Oxen of Forda, the ford of the oxen, the Ox City, and in the Ox City, a fraternal.
And on the second chat, we have 65% saying no. They are not more than friends. Thank the Lord. Hope she's faithful to her man.
Order that destroys Grade 1 listed Old World architecture as its initiation ritual, whose members swear Omerta. 3 of them walked into the same Masonic lodge, and 2 of them became Grand Masters of English Freemasonry. And the 3rd built his own secret society and put it in his will.
All right, so for the next 10 members that join and become a member, any level that you want to become a member, we're going to give you a t-shirt. We're going to send you a Elite Plans t-shirt. We're going to get your size. We're going to send it to you. So go ahead and become a member if you want. And make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on those notifications.
And keep in mind, the motto of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry, the highest degree, order out of chaos. And apparently, George Farmer was the president of this Bull Club. The son of Baron Farmer of Bishopsgate in the city of London, the square mile above the temple of the bull-slaying god, ran the Bull Club in the Ox City, and he proposed to Candace Owens in 18 days. Now there's one more layer. I promise I'm not.
But is he wrong there? Because, you know, true love could just speak to you in that moment. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm in love. I'm in love with a woman.
Reaching. There's a movement called British Israelism. It was huge in the 19th and early 20th century among the British elite, and it claims the British descend from the lost tribes. In England specifically, they identify as the tribe of Ephraim, and Ephraim's tribal symbol in Jewish tradition is the bull. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 17. His glory is like the firstling of his bullock, And Michael Tessarian, crazy how we've come full circle, calls British Israelism one of the cult of Aton's chief propaganda organs, a tool used to justify British imperial rule through biblical identity. Now, whether you believe that framework or not, the bull symbol runs through British elite culture. You can't unsee it once you see it. John Bull is the national personification of England. The bulldog is the national animal. Even the Vatican governs through papal bulls. Now look at this. The Rothschild coat of arms. A lion on the left, a unicorn on the right. Those are the same supporters on the royal coat of arms of the United Kingdom. Now in Jewish tribal tradition, the lion is the symbol of the tribe of Judah. The unicorn, okay, so listen, the unicorn in heraldry comes from the same verse I just read you. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 17. His glory is like the firstling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. The bull and the unicorn are the same animal. Biblical scholars in the Brit-Am Hebrew Nations Project have documented this. The Hebrew word re'em, that gets translated as unicorn in the King James Bible, also translates as wild bull or wild ox. It referred to the auroch, a massive wild bovine that went extinct, and apparently when artists who had never seen one tried to draw it from a description, a huge horned beast, they drew a horse with one horn. The unicorn is the bull seen in profile. Two horns become one. And remember Nathaniel Rothschild? Nat was in Bullingdon Club at Oxford alongside David Cameron, Boris Johnson, and George Osborne. The same Nat Rothschild who appears in the Epstein files.
Hey, make sure y'all like, subscribe, and turn on those notifications. We have to restart the stream because it made me all super long and wide, but we're gonna be back in like 6 minutes. So I love you, the Lord loves you, and if haters start hating on you, just let it roll off your back like water does off of a duck's back. And yeah, become a member if you would like to do so. We will be back in about